Chapter 2459. The terrifying voice drilled into the ears of the Sword Tribe martial artists like thunder. Among the Sword Tribe martial artists, the weaker ones fainted on the spot, bleeding from their 7 orifices and dying. Even those with high cultivations were shocked. Dark Knight Formless! Everyone recognized this person. Dark Knight Formless, who was called the most cowardly mountain master not long ago, regained his former domineering and powerful strength because of a disciple. And this disciple was Ling Xiao. The mountain master is here! That's great! Lin Yang and Qingluan Hua were pleasantly surprised when they saw Dark Knight Formless. Although Ling Xiao might be able to escape, once he did, it meant that he would be completely separated from the 8 Immortal Mountain. This was very unfair to Ling Xiao. After all, they were going to fight for the Shadow Black Gourd. If Ling Xiao left just like that, wouldn't it benefit and Fei Tian? Now, as long as Dark Knight Formless arrived, with his strength, he could definitely speak to the sect master. Ling Xiao wouldn't have to escape in a hurry. Dark Knight Formless, are you going to meddle in the Sword Tribe's business? Jian Kun frowned when he saw Dark Knight Formless. He knew about Dark Knight Formless' past glory. In order to deal with Dark Knight Formless, some people used very vicious means to kill Dark Knight Formless' son. Since then, Dark Knight Formless had been dispirited, but this guy had regained his former domineering aura. Not only did his strength not decrease, but he became even stronger. So what if I meddle? Ling Xiao is my disciple. You dare to kill him, why can't I meddle? Dark Knight Formless looked at Jian Kun coldly. Dark Knight Formless, let's see what you can do. Big brother, stop him. I'll go kill that kid. Jian Ruchao knew that Dark Knight Formless' arrival made things very complicated. Originally, he wanted to capture Ling Xiao alive and do some research on him. He wanted to see what secrets this brat had that allowed him to become so powerful in such a short time. But now, it seemed that he had to cut the Gordian knot. Jian Kun understood and instantly charged at Dark Knight Formless. Jian Ruchao, on the other hand, pounced on Ling Xiao. The two of them attacked separately. Even if the knight was invisible, it was impossible to stop them at the same time. If he forcefully wanted to save Ling Xiao, then he would definitely have to suffer Jian Kun's brazen attack. Even though it's a little despicable, this is the most effective method. The doyen of the sword race, Jian Ruchao, is truly an ambitious and ruthless character. Nightwalker sighed. However, I'm afraid that they've underestimated my second brother's strength. At some point, No Light in the Night had also appeared and was standing beside Nightwalker and Hidden Flower. That Jian Ruchao is going to be in trouble. He was actually the expert who had been locking on to Jian Kun, preventing Jian Kun from making a move against Ling Xiao. This person's attitude towards Ling Xiao was truly indescribable, although the main reason was that he wanted Ling Xiao to acknowledge him as his adoptive father. However, this method was still worthy of Ling Xiao's repayment. What? Both Nightwalker and Hidden Flower looked over. Dark Knight Formless did not move. A black shadow emerged from his body and pounced towards the sword like a tide. His main body, however, pushed Jian Kun back with a palm strike. That black shadow actually grabbed Jian Ruchao's neck, causing him to be unable to move. Let go of me, Dark Knight Formless. I'm the Deputy Hall Master of the Hall of Good and Punishment for Evil. Be careful of the Sect Master's punishment if you dare to treat me like this. Jian Ruchao was a little flustered. He could clearly feel Dark Knight Formless' terrifying killing intent. Deputy Hall Master of the Hall of Good and Punishment for Evil? How awe-inspiring. Let me tell you, ever since I recovered, I swore to the heavens that if anyone dares to attack my people, no matter who they are, I won't be afraid. When it's time to kill, I'll kill. When it's time to beat them up, I'll beat them up. Not to mention a mere Deputy Hall Master like you, even if it's the young Sect Master, Lin Yu Tian, or even the Sect Master, I'll still dare to touch them. After saying this, he threw Jian Ruchao to the ground. Logically speaking, even if an expert of this level was thrown to the ground, nothing would happen to him. However, Jian Ruchao realized that during the time he was thrown to the ground, he could not mobilize any of the elemental energy in his body. Even his body seemed to be much weaker. He spat out blood from the fall, and several of his ribs were broken. He was in so much pain that he could no longer stand. So strong! This is the true strength of the Hill Master. Ling Xiao looked at Dark Knight Formless and heaved a sigh of relief. Dark Knight Formless did not dare to say that he was the strongest warrior in the 8 Immortals County, but he was definitely one of the strongest. Being in the top 5 shouldn't be a problem. It seemed that things were not going in the worst direction. Dark Knight Formless' arrival allowed his plan to reach a perfect conclusion. Jian Ruchao groaned on the ground. Jian Kuen's face was pale, and he did not dare to make a move. He had seen Dark Knight Formless' strength. No one was an idiot who would provoke such a person for no reason. Of course, there were elders in the Sword Tribe who could deal with Dark Knight Formless. However, if the elders were to make a move, would the elders of the Dark Tribe let it go? The elders of the Sword Tribe were the ultimate weapons of every family. If it did not involve the destruction of the family, they would not easily make a move. In Ling Xiao's other memory, there was a terrifying weapon called a nuclear bomb. It was called a strategic weapon and a deterrent weapon. Normally, they would not make a move. If they did, it would be the end of the world. The elders were similar to nuclear bombs. If they were to make a move, the 8 Immortals Mountain would not be far from collapsing. Can I take them away now? Dark Knight Formless looked at Jian Kuen and asked. Dark Knight Formless, are you not afraid of the sect master's punishment? Jian Kuen gritted his teeth and asked. Punishment? If the sect master is fair, then the Sword Tribe should bear the main responsibility for today's matter. Don't think that I don't know because I wasn't here before. You used the love goo to control Ling Xiao's sister and forced her to marry Jian Lufeng. If the sect master finds out about this, what do you think will happen? Black Knight Formless sneered. That's because Ling Xiao killed a few of your sons and your daughter-in-law. Seeing how pitiful your sword clan is, I didn't want to kill any more people. Otherwise, do you think I wouldn't dare to destroy the Sword Tribe? He was very domineering, but Jian Kuen could do nothing about it. Whether it was in terms of strength or reason, Dark Knight Formless had the advantage. If he could settle this privately today, it would be more beneficial for the Sword Tribe. Although it would be very embarrassing, at least he would not be severely punished by the sect master. Don't you think you're too domineering? You're going overboard? Jian Kuen knew that he could not offend Ling Xiao. Although he knew that letting these people go would be more beneficial for the Sword Tribe. But he couldn't swallow this resentment. The Sword Tribe was being humiliated, but he could not do anything. There was nothing more infuriating than this. I am domineering and overboard. What can you do? Dark Knight Formless sneered. In the past, he was not as domineering as he was today. Perhaps it was because he was suppressed and humiliated by too many people when he was keeping a low profile. Chapter 2460. Jian Kuen's eyes sharpened with killing intent. I know you're strong, Dark Knight, but you're not our enemy. There are still elders who can stop you. I hope you won't force us. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone us. Dark Knight looked at Jian Kuen calmly, then suddenly laughed. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered? Then bite it and show it to me. It's not that I look down on you, but I can wipe you off the face of 8 Immortal Mountain all by myself. Although your elders are powerful, even if those 2 old fellows join forces, they still won't be a match for me. You can try if you don't believe me. My patience is limited. You. The veins on Jian Kuen's forehead bulged as humiliation filled his heart. His clan had never suffered such humiliation since becoming one of the 8 great clans. But today, Dark Knight was doing this to them. Jian Kuen really wanted to throw caution to the wind and have all of his clan's experts kill Dark Knight. Are you planning to have all of your experts deal with me? Then do it. I'll be waiting. Since I've broken away from the dark races, why don't I destroy your clan and create a new one? What do you say we call it the Dark Knight clan? Dark Knight's expression was calm, and his tone was indifferent. He was clearly joking with Jian Kuen, not taking him seriously at all. Sigh, Dark Knight. Why do you have to do this? Leave. I only hope that today's grudge can be resolved. Just as Jian Kun was about to fight to the death, an old voice called out. Kuiner, let them go. He's telling the truth. Humans have to bow their heads before the strong. But Elder! Jian Kun could tell it was the second elder's voice. No buts. What you did was ridiculous. The Saber Sword God Emperor's martial soul and bloodline are important, but you shouldn't have acted so recklessly. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself, but I don't want what happened today to spread. The Sword Race's second clan elder beat Jian Kun while threatening all the guests present. Whoever dared to spread the news of what the Sword Race had done would naturally be annihilated by them. Although he didn't say it out loud, his meaning was clear. Let's go. Since the Sword Race's elders had already stepped forward, He Wuxing didn't want to make things too awkward. Unless he wanted to exterminate the entire clan, it would be best if he left now. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to clean up the mess. Jian Kun, where's the antidote for my sister's love goo? Ling Xiao looked at Jian Kun and asked. He did not leave immediately. I've said it before. There's only one set of the antidote, and I've already destroyed it. As for the method to make the antidote, only the master who lives in the Qin Kingdom's capital has it. I won't, Jian Kun said shamelessly. When Jian Kun said these words, he finally felt a little refreshed in his heart. He had had enough of being vexed today. However, the only thing that satisfied him was the poison of the love goo. Just as he said, the antidote could only be made by that master. As for the other method of curing the poison, that was to kill Jian Lufeng. However, Jian Lufeng was the Sword Clan's most outstanding genius. Even the two clan elders would risk their lives to protect him. It was almost impossible for others to kill him. Even if Dark Knight Formless really wanted to fight, it would definitely be a situation where both sides would suffer. At that time, the Sword Clan would still have the upper hand. He had thought of this point, and so had Dark Knight Formless. However, Dark Knight Formless did not care about the consequences. He looked at Jian Lufeng, wanting to kill him. He had poured all of his love for his son onto Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao's sister was in trouble, he naturally had to do his best to save her. Mountain Master, there's no need for that. I'll find an opportunity to kill Jian Lufeng. Ling Xiao was not putting on an act. It was just that he could tell that the situation was delicate. If they really had to fight to the death, unless there was help, Dark Knight Formless would definitely not have the upper hand. Therefore, rather than letting Dark Knight Formless take the risk, he might as well raise his strength as soon as possible and find an opportunity to kill Jian Lufeng. He was now a disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain. He would have plenty of chances to fight with Jian Lufeng. Just like how he killed those people in the Desert Sea and Desert Cloud. He would have plenty of chances to kill Jian Lufeng as well. All right, I'll listen to you. Dark Knight Formless looked at Ling Xiao and nodded. Then, he turned around and left with his group. Looking at Dark Knight Formless and his group disappearing into the distance, Jian Kun's anger had reached its peak. He suddenly roared and punched the ground that was already full of potholes. The ground cracked and a huge crater appeared. Aggrieved. His Sword Race had really suffered a double loss today. They were extremely unlucky. Moreover, they had become a laughingstock in the eyes of these people. Although these people might not dare to speak of what happened because they were afraid of the Sword Race's elders. But after all, there were still so many people who knew. If there was someone who could not hold it in anymore and spoke, would the Sword Race really be able to find out? Would they really be able to kill all those people? Don't forget, among the people who came today, the other 7 great clans, other than the Moon Race, had all sent people. Could the Sword Race offend the other 7 great clans? Then they would really be fools. Don't worry, Jian Kun. The Grand Elder is in seclusion. Once he comes out, he will definitely be able to defeat Dark Knight Formless. At that time, our Sword Race will be able to take revenge. Right now, your priority is not to think about these things. So many children have died. Our Sword Race is now accumulating resources to replenish young warriors. Although the advancement test is only held once a year and it will only be our turn once every 8 years, it's fine. You can go to the underworld and look for them. Some of the more powerful youths can be directly taken back and made into our sword race's inner clan disciples. The second elder's voice entered Jianquan's ears. Knowing that there was a chance for revenge, Jianquan felt a lot better. No problem, second elder. I will immediately do it. Dark Knight Formless, Ling Xiao, your time of death will come soon. He would endure today's grievances. When he took revenge, he would vent them all. On the other side, Dark Knight Formless and Ling Xiao's group had already arrived at Ling Xiao's courtyard. Ling Xiao, after today's incident, your sister can no longer stay in the sword race. What do you plan to do in the future? Dark Knight Formless asked. Mountain Master, can you let my elder sister be your disciple? I think that in this 8 Immortals mountain, you are the best in both strength and character. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Why don't you just help my sister? I can't. My martial arts are not suitable for her. Dark Knight Formless shook his head. Hearing this, Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao were clearly disappointed. But it's fine. I know people from the moon race. Perhaps your sister can be sent to the moon race to cultivate. The moon race is different from other clans. They have very few internal conflicts and also very few external conflicts. That's why they have been able to survive. Chapter 2461. Mountain Lord, you're taking a long time to speak. That's good. Sister will go to the Moon Clan, and I'll seize the time to cultivate and kill Jian Lufeng so that sister can be free from the pain of the love goo. Ling Xiao said excitedly. All right, I'll stay in this courtyard and never leave. This way, you won't have any worries and can focus on your own matters. Yu Wishing returned from his mission this time and found out that so many things had happened. Even the disciple he wanted to protect the most was almost killed. He resigned from his position as the Mountain Lord of Black Celestial Mountain and found the sect leader of 8 Immortal Mountain to take up the position of Supreme Elder. He would only take action when the sect was in danger. Otherwise, he would never leave. Yu Wishing had put in a lot of effort. For these few youngsters, he was willing to bind himself to this small 8 Immortal Mountain. Fortunately, once one had a goal, one would not feel tired. Then, Yu Wishing made a trip to the Moon Clan and made arrangements for Ling Jiaojiao before returning to the courtyard. He became the most powerful bodyguard in the courtyard. With him around, Ling Xiao could cultivate in peace, so as not to be hindered by these matters. After all, even if he was smarter than others, if he was too distracted, there would still be problems. The battle for the Shadow Black Gourd was one more day. Ling Xiao had already broken through to the peak of the 3rd level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. However, it was still unknown whether he could defeat Infakian, who was at the peak of the 4th level of Hell. Naturally, he wanted to become stronger. Previously, when he caused a ruckus in the Sword Clan, he had benefited greatly. The energy that had been hidden in his body in the past had been stimulated once again, allowing him to reach the 5th stage. As long as he reached the 10th stage, he could break through. Therefore, he had to cultivate in peace for a day. Therefore, from this moment on, Ling Xiao did not leave the courtyard. It was as if no one knew what happened in the Sword Clan. No one dared to speak of it. However, this did not matter to Ling Xiao. What he wanted was Jian Liufeng's life. Since Jian Kun had destroyed the antidote for the love goo, he could only solve the problem by killing Jian Lufeng. Jian Kun and Jian Lufeng brought this upon themselves. The next morning, no light in the night arrived at the villa. He brought Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and the Qingluan flower to the dark hall. Of course, only Ling Xiao had the qualifications to fight for the Shadow Black Gourd. Lin Yang and Qingluan Hua were only there to observe. They could learn a lot from watching a battle of this level. Aside from the leader and the elders, there was also an old man in the hall. Judging by his aura, Ling Xiao knew that he was most likely an elder of the Dark Ones. Otherwise, how could his position be higher than Dark Walkers? To put it bluntly, the Patriarch was just the manager of the clan, while the Patriarch was the one in charge, the boss behind the scenes. The Dark Ones had an elder, but he was clearly stronger than the one from the sword ones. When Ling Xiao looked at him, he looked back at Ling Xiao. Just this glance made Ling Xiao feel as if the entire sky was pressing down on him. He almost knelt on the ground. However, he didn't kneel. Even though his legs were already emitting creaking sounds, it sounded like his bones were about to break. He still didn't kneel. In terms of willpower, he wouldn't lose to anyone. The Patriarch wasn't qualified to make him submit. The Dark One's elder couldn't help but be surprised. In fact, he had heard of many people complaining about Ling Xiao. Regardless of whether those people were telling the truth or not, he believed that Ling Xiao must have done something wrong by offending so many people. Therefore, the moment he appeared, he wanted to give Ling Xiao a show of strength. After all, he was a powerful 6th-level Yin-Yang realm expert. He thought that he could easily make Ling Xiao bow his head and admit his mistake. However, reality surprised him. He began to understand why so many people had tattled on this kid. As the saying went, a person who wasn't envied was mediocre. Perhaps this kid was really a genius. Ling Xiao didn't know what the Patriarch was thinking. He just looked at the old man. He looked very old, but his hair and beard were still black and shiny. He also looked a little gloomy. This was probably a characteristic of the Dark Ones. When the Patriarch withdrew his pressure, Ling Xiao felt a little better. The cracked bones in his legs began to heal quickly. "Greetings, Patriarch." No Light in the Night was very respectful in front of the Patriarch. "Wukong, I heard that you wanted to adopt that foreign disciple as your son." The Patriarch glanced at No Light in the Night and asked. "Yes, but the kid didn't want to." No Light in the Night shook his head helplessly. "Oh? Then I'd like to see how capable this kid is. How dare he refuse to be your son?" The Patriarch glanced at Ling Xiao again and asked. "Is everyone here?" Anya Xing hurriedly reported. "All the inner disciples, except for those who couldn't come back because of their mission and those who participated in the fight for the Shadow Black Gourd, are here. Ling Xiao is the only outsider. He's here too. And it's good that you're here. Those who want to watch the show can stay here. As for the rest of the participants, you can go to the Heaven Sacrificial Altar through the transmission array. The test will be held there. As for the rules, Dark Knight, you can tell them." The Patriarch nodded and looked at Anya Xing. "Yes, Patriarch." Anya Xing cleared his throat and said, "The fight for the Shadow Black Gourd is very simple. When the fight starts, you will enter the inner space of the Heaven Worship Altar. The Shadow Black Gourd is in the depths of the altar. You can find it yourself. However, on the way to the depths of the altar, there will be prisoners that we arranged in advance to block the way. These prisoners are very powerful and bloodthirsty. I told them that as long as they could survive this battle, they would be able to regain their freedom. Therefore, in order to survive, they will kill those who are against them at all costs. Each of you must kill at least 10 prisoners and obtain 10 sin extermination stones. I must remind you that the sin extermination stones are owned by the most evil people. They contain a powerful evil force. Only by killing them can you obtain the sin extermination stones. Only those who obtain at least 10 sin extermination stones are qualified to touch the Shadow Black Gourd. Of course, in order to make the fight more intense, you can fight each other in the process." Hearing these rules, Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. He was the only participant from the outer clan. The rest were all inner clan members. They probably followed in Feitian's lead. If these people ganged up on him, he would be in big trouble. Furthermore, this time, he would be fighting alone. There would be no one to help him. Chapter 2462. I have a question. Ling Xiao suddenly turned to look at Anya Xing. What is it? Anya Xing did not dare make things difficult for Ling Xiao because the elder was present. Thus, he suppressed his displeasure and asked, Can I kill during the battle? Ling Xiao asked this question because he knew that he would be besieged once he entered the battle. If he could not kill, he would be in a very difficult situation. Thus, he had to ask clearly. Yes. Before Anya Xing could say anything, the elder spoke first. But who do you want to kill? I don't want to kill anyone. However, I have to say something first. I will kill anyone who dares to make a move on me after entering the space of the sky altar. His tone was calm when he said this, as if he was playing it down. However, this caused an uproar of laughter. Ling Xiao, it's not that I look down on you, but who can you beat without the help of the powerhouse behind you? Even though he had seen Ling Xiao's might in the sword race, Anya Xing still believed that the powerhouse behind Ling Xiao had helped him. However, he did not sense the presence of that powerhouse today. He had probably not come because he was afraid of the elder. You don't have to worry about that, Patriarch. Believe it or not, I'll say it right here. If you want to die, you can come and find trouble with me. I'll accompany you to the end. Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. What an arrogant kid! The elder narrowed his eyes and looked at Ling Xiao, saying, This old man must remind you that in the space of the sacrificial altar, no matter if it's a summoned being or a spirit body, they cannot exist. I don't know who the powerhouse behind you is, but don't even think about using it in the sky altar. Even if he doesn't fear this type of nomological law, I will eliminate you immediately if I discover it. Do you understand? Understood. Ling Xiao nodded. What a joke. Would he need to borrow the power of the divine book, the butterfly lady, and a yuan venerate to deal with this bunch of bastards? After all, the three strongest geniuses of the dark race, dark underworld, dark night Wuzuan, and dark gold, would not participate. The strongest was probably in Feitian. What was he afraid of? All right, let's all enter the teleportation array. The elder didn't waste any time and waved his hand. Everyone began to step into the teleportation array. Under Nightwalker's personal leadership, they arrived at the entrance of the heaven altar. The inner clan disciples who followed in Feitian's lead all looked at Ling Xiao coldly and mockingly. It was as if he was looking at a treasure chest. They did not take Ling Xiao's warning to heart at all. This time, their mission was to let Feitian obtain the dark shadow gourd and then obstruct Ling Xiao with all their might. If he could kill Ling Xiao, that would naturally be the best. Have you heard? That Ling Xiao went to the Sword Tribe to cause trouble. In the end, he was heavily injured and almost died. If it wasn't for Yu Wuxing's timely arrival, he wouldn't have been able to keep his life. This trash, why does young Master Fei Tian value him so much? It was clear that the Sword Tribe had spread some rumors to portray their failure beautifully. According to their rumors, Ling Xiao was almost beaten half to death. The person who killed the geniuses of the Sword Tribe was not Ling Xiao, but Yu Wuxing. Therefore, other than those who were at the wedding that day, no one else knew the truth. I knew he was trash, but this guy is considered a powerful person among the trash. After all, he's the #1 outer clan disciple. This time, as long as we do this for young Master Fei Tian, we'll definitely get a lot of benefits. But his warning just now seems to have guessed that we'll deal with him. Are you afraid? What's there to be afraid of? I'm already at the peak of the 3rd level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. I'm only 3 levels away from breaking through the 4th level of hell. Even if you don't do anything, I can kill him alone. I really don't know what young Master Fei Tian is thinking. Isn't he overestimating this kid by having so many of us deal with him? Cut the crap. Young Master Fei Tian has his reasons for making this arrangement. Ling Xiao could hear the whispers and discussions like these very clearly. Hearing these discussions, Ling Xiao's face revealed a cold smile. He had already issued a warning before. Since there were still people who wanted to die, he didn't mind killing a few more. So what if they were inner clan disciples? These guys were all enemies anyway. Killing one would reduce the threat. Everyone else thought that his warning was a joke, but only he knew that it wasn't just for show. Nightwalker stood there, waiting for the battle to begin. 1 minute before the time arrived, he would open the transportation formation of the heaven altar and let these people in. Perhaps it was because he was really bored, but a young warrior beside Feitian looked at Ling Xiao and said mockingly, "Kid, this is supposed to be a battle between inner clan disciples. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get out of here. Otherwise, you'll die in vain." When he spoke, the rest of the people looked at him provocatively. That arrogant face was really annoying. And Fei Tian also looked at Ling Xiao coldly and sneered disdainfully. His strength was the strongest in this battle. He was at the early stage of the 4th level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm. If he used the Dark Tribe's special secret technique, he would be able to unleash a terrifying combat power. Slap! Ling Xiao didn't waste any time. With a flash of his body, a resounding slap rang out. The young man who spoke was slapped to the ground, his face red and swollen. You! How dare you hit me? Young Master Fei Tian, he hit me. The young man's strength wasn't great, but he was at the late stage of the 3rd level of Hell in the first transformation. However, he was slapped to the ground by Ling Xiao. He felt aggrieved. You dare to hit me? And Fei Tian didn't expect Ling Xiao to do this. He couldn't help but frown. Kid, it looks like you really have a death wish. I only wanted to teach you a lesson. At most, I would destroy your martial arts and turn you into a cripple. But now, it looks like you have a death wish. You're the one who has a death wish. I need to repeat what I said before. After entering the heaven altar, whoever dares to humiliate and provoke me will be killed without mercy. Now, a slap is considered a light punishment. The heaven altar was very dangerous. There were thousands of prisoners. If one wasn't careful, they could be killed. Therefore, Ling Xiao wouldn't show any mercy after entering. Enough! At this moment, Nightwalker shouted coldly. We're all disciples of the same clan. What's there to fight about? Fei Tian, you too. Your cultivation level is already so much higher than his. There's no need to keep fighting with him. It's as if you're on the same level as him. On the surface, An Yexing sounded like he was trying to dissuade Fei Tian. However, anyone who wasn't a fool could tell that he was praising his son and mocking Ling Xiao. Don't worry, father. This shadow black gourd belongs to me. As for someone else, I'm afraid he won't even be able to keep his life. He doesn't deserve to be a member of the dark race. Chapter 2463. Don't worry, father. Not only will I get the gourd, but I'll also make someone sleep in the altar forever. And Fei Tian sneered. It's good that you're confident, but don't be careless. Nightwalker nodded in satisfaction. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, You too. Don't always provoke your own kind. Learn how to live in harmony. Don't say that they're looking for trouble with you. There are so many of them. Why don't they look for trouble with others instead of you? I'm provoking them? Ling Xiao sneered. Lord Patriarch, did you not wash your eyes today? They dared to look for trouble with me because I'm not strong enough. I'm not willing to submit to them. But soon, they won't dare to look for trouble with me anymore. Once they're all dead, the Dark Clan will be more harmonious. Ling Xiao didn't like Nightwalker at all. Did he think that Ling Xiao didn't feel the murderous aura he released back at the Sword Clan? He didn't have a chance. If there was a chance, he believed that Nightwalker and Hidden Flower would have killed him. He was extremely lucky to be able to survive. Good boy. How dare you act so arrogant in front of this patriarch? You're really unlikable. The way I see it, if you die, the Dark Clan will be more harmonious. Nightwalker said coldly. Is that so? Then let's see if they have the ability to get rid of a pest like me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Go ahead and be arrogant. But soon you won't have the chance to be arrogant. I forgot to tell you that the patriarch just went to your courtyard. Nightwalker sneered. You should know why he went there, right? Nightwalker has been acting out of line lately. He's making enemies for an insignificant brat like you. The patriarch is going to teach him a lesson. What? Hearing this, Ling Xiao could not help but reveal a shocked expression. The patriarch of the Dark Clan should be on the same level as Nightwalker. If he made a move, Nightwalker would have suffered a setback. As for who would win in the end, it was hard to say. But the patriarch was doing this to suppress Nightwalker. The elders may not be a match for the mountain chieftain, Ling Xiao said indifferently. He Ye's formless aura was indeed stronger than that of the elders. Although Ling Xiao didn't know their exact cultivation bases, he could roughly judge their strength from their auras. I haven't finished speaking yet. The sword race has already complained to the sect master. Even though the sect master didn't do anything, the young sect master Lin Yutian went with our elders. The young master was a genius, and his strength had probably surpassed the clan elders. If the two of them join hands, what do you think will happen to Dark Knight? Nightwalker sneered. Not good. Hearing this, Ling Xiao decided to give up on the fight for the Shadow Black Gourd and help Dark Knight Formless. If something were to happen to Dark Knight Formless, he would definitely feel uneasy. Wait, Ling Xiao! The person who had called out to Ling Xiao was a Yuan Venerate. Of course, he had communicated directly through his spirit power. What is it, Master? Do you still not understand? With your current strength, what can you do even if you go? You won't be of any help. Instead, you will become a burden. Furthermore, that old dog Nightwalker chose to remind you at this time so that you would give up on the fight. Don't be fooled by his words. He might sound confident, but deep down, he is still somewhat afraid of you. The Yuan Venerate said. I know all this. However, if I don't help despite knowing that the Mountain Master is in danger, I will really regret it if something happens to him. Ling Xiao said. Then let's get Xingdian to help. The Yuan Venerate said. Although she won't be fighting for long, I believe that with Dark Knight Formless, defeating Lin Yutian and the Dark Race Elders shouldn't be a problem. You can participate in the fight with peace of mind. All right. Ling Xiao pondered this for a moment before deciding to follow the Yuan Venerate's suggestion. However, he didn't just want Xingdian to help. He also wanted to release the Butterfly Lady. He shouldn't be in any danger for the time being. On the other hand, Dark Knight Formless couldn't fall. Once Dark Knight Formless fell, Luo Yunyan would be in big trouble on the 8 Immortal Mountain. Master, Xingdian will not disappoint you. Xingdian and the Butterfly Lady left at the same time. One of them was an illusory existence, while the other was just a small butterfly. No one noticed them when they left. Even if they did, no one would care at this time. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and looked at the sky altar. What he needed to do now was to first obtain the Shadow Black Gourd and then comprehend the powerful cultivation methods and martial skills from it to make himself stronger. Only by becoming stronger would he not need to worry Dark Knight Formless about everything. Alright, time is almost up. Get ready to enter the sky altar. Nightwalker couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he saw that Ling Xiao hadn't left. It just so happened that the time of the fight was approaching. Thus, he had no choice but to activate the teleportation array. However, the moment Ling Xiao stepped into the teleportation array, Nightwalker sneered. I thought you were a righteous person. I didn't expect you to not care about Dark Knight Formless' dangerous situation at all. Thank you for your concern, Patriarch. However, Mountain Lord will be fine. Even if the Patriarch and young sect master go, they will only be rebuffed. Ling Xiao sneered. He knew that Nightwalker was just mocking him. However, he had already done his best to help Dark Knight Formless, so he didn't feel uneasy. Humph, pretentious brat. Seeing Ling Xiao enter the sky altar, Nightwalker's face revealed a ferocious killing intent. Son, I'll leave the rest to you. Due to the special barrier within the sky altar, the outside world couldn't know what was happening inside. Even the live broadcast couldn't do that. At this time, Enfei-Tian and the others who had entered the teleportation array first were waiting there. They watched as Ling Xiao walked in. Enfei-Tian said coldly, Ling Xiao, I warned you to stay away from the Lin Ruoxian. However, not only did you not listen, you even went from bad to worse. You even asked the Lin Ruoxian to go with you to the Sword Tribe to cause trouble. Looks like you really didn't take this young master's words seriously, Then don't blame me for what happened today. Brothers, if anyone can kill Ling Xiao, I'll give him a set of outstanding high-tier Jade Grade martial skills, a set of outstanding high-tier Jade Grade movement skills, and a large number of mysterious grade elixirs. Oh right, and 10 million low-grade spiritual stones. Hearing this, the crowd went into an uproar. Such a reward was even more worthwhile than the Dark Shadow Gourd. It seemed like Enfei-Tian was prepared to pay a huge price to kill Ling Xiao. You think highly of me. However, with the strength of a bunch of good-for-nothings, Do you think you can kill me? Ling Xiao was also shocked by Anfeitian's generous reward. How dare you be so arrogant? This time, there were a total of 32 inner clan disciples participating in the competition. Every one of them is above the late stage of the third level of hell in the yin-yang stage. Do you think you can win? Chapter 2464. After saying that, Anfeitian rushed forward. Although the prisoners guarding this place were powerful, they were nothing to him. In front of Ling Xiao, there were 31 people blocking his way. All of them had the same cultivation level as him. Even if they were not rebirth realm martial artists, their strength was about the same. They blocked the road, which was less than 3 meters wide, so that not even a drop of water could trickle through. With us here, don't even think about getting past us. Perhaps because he was emboldened by the presence of the inner clan disciples, Anfeitian laughed coldly and said, "The shadow black gourd belongs to Brother Feitian. You stole my courtyard. Let's settle this grudge here today. Anfeitian, I've let you go twice. This time, I won't let you go again. Since you want to die, don't blame me for it." Ling Xiao looked at Anfeitian coldly. He had given Anfeitian 2 chances to live because Anfeitian was not a threat to him. However, Anfeitian did not know how to take pity on him. He actually dared to come and die. If he did not kill him, no one would take his words seriously in the future. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. There had to be a chicken. Since that was the case, Anfeitian would be the chicken waiting to be slaughtered. After saying that, he suddenly turned into the shadow of a wolf and rushed into the crowd. At this moment, not a single one of the 31 martial artists reacted. "Stop him!" Anfeitian was scared out of his wits. He could see the strong killing intent in Ling Xiao's eyes. If Ling Xiao got close, he would definitely die. He shouted desperately, hoping that someone would help him. Unfortunately, no one could help him. Ling Xiao had already integrated the 1,000-mile wolf movement technique with his martial arts. When he used the movement technique, he could also use martial arts. It was still the meteor sword technique. It was the first move of the meteor sword technique, fall. This move consumed the least amount of internal energy, and was also the fastest. Although it was not as powerful, it was more than enough to deal with Anfeitian. "Save me!" Those were the last words Anfeitian left in this world. As his voice fell, his head also fell to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Ling Xiao didn't leave. After killing Anfeitian, he actually returned to his original position and coldly wiped the ordinary long sword in his hand. Because the heavy sword from before had already shattered, he could only casually pick a few swords and put them in his storage ring, ready to use at any time. Although it was called an ordinary sword, it was still a mortal-grade spirit artifact. However, it was much worse than the previous heavy sword. How can this guy be so powerful? Looking at Anfeitian's pitiful state, everyone trembled in fear. Although many of them were reincarnation realm martial artists, they were obviously delicate flowers cultivated in a greenhouse. Seeing such a fierce opponent, they were already frightened out of their wits. "Do you still want to attack?" Ling Xiao shook off the blood on his sword and pointed at the remaining 30 people. He said coldly, "My words are still valid. Whoever dares to make a move will die." There were those who were afraid of him, but there were also those who didn't believe him. "I don't believe that Ling Xiao has 3 heads and 6 arms if everyone attacks together." In the crowd, a tall and strong young man roared. He was able to mobilize some people. There were more than 10 people who were willing to attack Ling Xiao with him. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and said, "Speaking of 3 heads and 6 arms, I really do have 3 heads and 6 arms. Today, I'll let you see. Dharma Seal, 3rd Prince Neza, 3 heads and 6 arms." Due to the uniqueness of the Seal of Immortality, Ling Xiao rarely used it, mainly because he was afraid that the people from the Palace of Immortality would find out. However, the Seal of Immortality was still one of Ling Xiao's most powerful moves. In an instant, he revealed Neza's Dharma Seal, which had 3 heads and 6 arms. Each of the 3 heads spat out a different breath. Fire, lightning, magma. The 6 arms released 6 moves at the same time. It was actually the first to seventh moves of the meteor sword technique. The fifth and sixth moves had already been combined into one. Strictly speaking, there were 6 moves. With just one move, 9 people were killed in an instant. Moreover, these 9 people died extremely miserably. They were burned by fire, killed by lightning, disfigured by magma, and cut by sword light. In any case, none of their corpses were intact. This scene was too shocking. It scared the remaining inner clan disciples so much that they turned around and fled. They had originally stayed to block Ling Xiao for Infatian, but now they realized that Ling Xiao's horror had long exceeded their expectations. Although they wanted the rewards, their lives were more important. A group of delicate flowers in a greenhouse. The 8 Immortals Mountains model will collapse sooner or later. Ling Xiao looked down on the 8 Immortals Mountains' way of cultivating talents. Talents with real potential were buried and even assassinated. Instead, they left behind those useless people with power and influence. It really made people sigh. And Fatian thought that the encirclement was impregnable, but it collapsed in an instant. Ling Xiao executed Wolf traversing 1,000 li, and fled forward. He was extremely fast. In an instant, he saw Infatian, who was fighting with the prisoners in front of him. When he saw Ling Xiao, Infatian was obviously shocked. A group of useless people. You can't even block one person! It was no wonder that Infatian was angry. He had already promised a handsome reward, but in the end, his plan, which he thought was perfect, had failed miserably. It had no effect at all. It had only allowed him to get a few extermination stones before Ling Xiao. Humph, if that's the case, I can only do it myself. But before that, I have to get 10 extermination stones first. Then, it's time to deal with you. Although Infatian was very unhappy, he still had to prioritize the matter at hand. He knew what his most important task was. It was definitely not to fight Ling Xiao. First, he had to get the extermination stones, then kill Ling Xiao. Anyway, he was now in the lead. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could get the extermination stones before him. However, Ling Xiao's actions surprised him. Ling Xiao did not hunt the prisoners at all. Instead, he kept rushing forward, as if he did not care about the extermination stones at all. What is that kid doing? And Fatian did not understand. The rest of the people who were scared out of their wits by Ling Xiao did not understand either. Quickly chase after him. If he doesn't die, you'll die. Remember, that kid just killed so many people. He must be exhausted. If you attack him now, you can definitely kill him easily. And Fatian was trying to scare and persuade them. Finally, the remaining 21 people gritted their teeth and chased after him. Seeing the people chasing after him, Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. He stopped in the tunnel. Originally, I wanted to kill Infatian directly and get the 10 extermination stones from him. But you've delivered yourselves to me. Just nice. These 21 young warriors were intercepted by the prisoners in the process. It was naturally easier for them to kill the prisoners when they joined forces. Chapter 2465. As long as Ling Xiao could kill all of them, he would have enough sin extermination stones. How dare you come? It seems like you're not afraid of death. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. His body entered the demonic Tyrant Blood Dragon Martial Soul transformation. When the 21 people got close, he suddenly used the secret technique of the demonic Tyrant Blood Dragon Martial Soul transformation. Demonic Dragon Blood Curse! In that instant, the 21 people felt their bodies stiffen. Then, their chi and blood surged. It was extremely uncomfortable. Those who were weaker fell to the ground and fainted. Those who were stronger also lost control of their internal energy for a short period of time. In such a situation, death was the only way out for them on the battlefield. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't give them a way out. His body instantly transformed into the Black Wolf General. Wolf Pack Kill! 21 wolf shadows rushed out and knocked the 21 martial artists to the ground. More than 10 of them died on the spot. A few of them were killed by the prisoners after they fell to the ground. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, and Phaetion's face became extremely ugly. And Phaeton was very clear about the strength of these 31 warriors. Among them, there were a few whose cultivation was only slightly inferior to his own. They were much stronger than Ling Xiao. How could this be? How could they be killed in an instant? Of course, and Phaeton did not know that Ling Xiao's demonic dragon blood curse had a time limit. Basically, it could only be used once every hour. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have an even easier time challenging martial artists of a higher rank. Fortunately, I'm a carp that leaped over the dragon's gate. I'm different from those trash. With the special secret technique of the Dark Tribe and the sword that father gave me, I must kill him. This Ling Xiao, if the rumors were true, must not be allowed to live. If he continued to live, he would really become a huge threat to him. At this time, Phaeton had already collected 10 sin extermination stones. He was about to go to the Shadow Black Gourd when he saw that Ling Xiao had disappeared. Ling Xiao also wanted to kill Phaeton. However, after thinking about it, obtaining the Shadow Black Gourd was more important. It would be a pity if he lost the opportunity to study it because of Phaeton. Seeing Ling Xiao disappear, Phaeton spat out a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly chased after him. He could not lose. He could not lose. Otherwise, not only would he lose the right to study of the Shadow Black Gourd, but he would also lose face. The battle had been going on for the Shadow Black Gourd. In the depths of the heaven sacrificial altar, several figures appeared. The Dark Elder, Patriarch, Chief Elder, and even Evernight Formless were present. That Elder and Dark Knight Formless seemed to be injured. They must have gone through a great battle. Dark Knight Formless crossed his arms and stood there coldly. Although there was no special expression on his face, his heart was filled with emotions. If it weren't for the mysterious expert's help, he would have had no choice but to flee. Calm. But he also knew how terrifying Lin Yuetian was. Lin Yuetian was only a young martial artist. Although he was a reincarnated martial artist, he was not even 20 years old. His cultivation was already at his level. This was Ling Xiao's most terrifying opponent in the future. He was worried about Ling Xiao's safety. On the other side, the Dark Elder was thinking about the 2 mysterious masters. The 2 mysterious experts were actually both women. Once they made their move, they actually possessed a terrifying strength that was not the slightest bit inferior to Dark Knight Formless. Who was the martial artist behind them? Ling Xiao? Who was this kid? How could he have such a powerful martial artist protecting him? These people were waiting here for the martial artist who could reach the Shadow Black Gourd within the specified time. Whoever arrived first in the allotted time would have the right to use the Umbra Black Gourd and comprehend it. Elder, look at the time. It should be about time, right? Nightwalker's voice snapped the Dark Elder out of his thoughts. Yes, soon. I wonder who will be the first to arrive here. The Dark Tribe Elder said with a nod. Who else could it be? Not Heaven, of course. Hidden Flower smiled. With Not Heaven's strength and intelligence, it would be easy for him to win. What she didn't say was that if the plan had gone smoothly, Ling Xiao would have been a corpse by now. If Ling Xiao died and Phaeton obtained the Shadow Black Gourd, that would be the best outcome for her. Others didn't know, but she hated Ling Xiao to the core. He had disrespected her time and time again. She would be unhappy if he didn't die. Yu Wishing was thinking, if Not Heaven kills Ling Xiao, it will be the same as eliminating his inner demons. His martial path will be smoother from now on. Ever since Phaeton was injured by Ling Xiao had become an untouchable demon in Phaeton's heart. He was disturbed by this person and couldn't cultivate in peace. It's not certain who will take first place. Elder Hidden Flower's words are a little too early. No Light in the Night was naturally more optimistic about Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao refused to acknowledge him as his foster father, the Dark Family and the Dark Family were 2 factions that fought openly and secretly. As long as Ling Xiao won, it would be equivalent to slapping the Dark Family in the face on behalf of the Dark Family. Elder Wu Guang, are you joking? A mere Ling Xiao, not to mention dealing with Not Heaven, even if it was someone else, he wouldn't be able to pass. Dark Gold sneered. Have you forgotten that you were beaten up so quickly? No light in the night wouldn't give Dark Gold any face. That's because that kid relied on someone else's help. Dark Gold was most indignant about being beaten up by Ling Xiao. He was clearly stronger than Ling Xiao, but he was beaten up by Ling Xiao because he underestimated him. This was simply a stain on his reputation. Humph, when Not Heaven appears later, Elder Wu Guang, you won't be able to keep your old face. Dark Gold snorted and looked in that direction. Someone's coming. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distant tunnel. Everyone looked in that direction. What, it's actually him. Dark Gold was dumbfounded. This was because the person who appeared in the tunnel was none other than Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao, the person he looked down on. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like lightning. He turned into a wolf's shadow and instantly arrived in front of the shadow black gourd. Ha ha ha, this kid obtained wolf travels 1,000 miles from the Hall of Good and Evil. I thought he wouldn't be able to learn it. I didn't expect him to be so proficient in the first move. He must have reached great perfection. No Light in the Night looked at Dark Night and Hidden Flower proudly and laughed. It turned out that Ling Xiao had won. At this moment, there was still no sign of Not Heaven. What's wrong with Not Heaven? Nightwalker immediately tensed up. Chapter 2466. Thief! What did you do to Fei Tian? Nightwalker didn't even care about the Patriarch's authority, as he roared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced at Nightwalker, then at Nightwalker, who was safe and sound. He let out a sigh of relief. His mood lightened. He said contemptuously, "Before entering the heaven altar, the Patriarch's precious son said that he wanted to make me disappear. It's a pity that your stupid son doesn't have that ability. How dare you! How dare you speak to the Patriarch like that?" Dark Gold was humiliated by Ling Xiao's actions. He was extremely unhappy. If Nightwalker wasn't here, he would have gone up and killed Ling Xiao. How dare you! The Patriarch and Grand Elder are all here. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Ling Xiao even dared to talk back to Dark Flower and Nightwalker, let alone Dark Gold. When Dark Gold heard this, he was furious. He wanted to shout again, but at that moment, another person finally appeared in front of everyone. Fei Tian! Nightwalker finally let out a sigh of relief when he saw in Fei Tian. Although he was puzzled that the two of them hadn't fought in the tunnel, he didn't care anymore when he saw that his son was safe. Ling Xiao, you bastard, stop right there. You killed so many people. Do you think no one will know? And Fei Tian was very unhappy that Ling Xiao had surpassed him. So, as soon as he appeared, he shouted that Ling Xiao had killed the other inner disciples. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Dark Flower was even ready to attack Ling Xiao. What a joke! Do you really think the Patriarchs will believe such a lie? Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't admit that he had killed so many people. Although the Patriarch had said that he could kill, what if this old man forgot what he said in a fit of anger? After all, only the prisoners and Fei Tian had seen him killed during the battle. He had already killed those prisoners. So, only Fei Tian was left. If Fei Tian said that he had killed people, then he would say that Fei Tian had killed people. Dead people tell no tales. How is it a joke? Fei Tian had already arrived beside the shadow black gourd and questioned. With my strength, I killed those 31 people, and I actually arrived before you. Do you think anyone will believe that? I feel that those people were killed by you. Only someone familiar with them would make them let their guard down. Ling Xiao sneered. You're talking nonsense. Why would I want to kill them? Fei Tian said furiously. It's very simple. You asked them to stop me, but I used my movement technique to escape. You weren't satisfied, so you naturally took action. Young Master Fei Tian, you are known for your cruelty. Do you know how many warriors have died at your hands? You're slandering me. Being attacked by Ling Xiao, Fei Tian was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, every word Ling Xiao said was reasonable, and he simply couldn't refute it. That's enough. This old man has already said that killing is allowed in the competition. Since there are only 2 of you left, the 2 of you will decide who will have the Umbra Black Gourd. The Dark Tribe elder suddenly said loudly. Ling Xiao smiled to himself. This was in line with his intentions. Although this elder had the intention of protecting Infatian, he was actually helping Ling Xiao. And Infatian was so angry that his chest was so tight that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did he feel much better. Ling Xiao, this young master admires your sharp tongue. However, there can only be one winner in this competition. Come, let's fight to the death. And Infatian roared. Elder, this doesn't seem fair. Ling Xiao was the one who arrived first. Logically speaking, the Umbra Black Gourd should belong to Ling Xiao. There's no need for a duel. No Light in the Night frowned. Didn't this old man say that the rules have changed? The Dark Tribe elder said without batting an eyelid. This old man didn't even blush when he lied. Fine, you made the rules. You have the final say. No Light in the Night felt helpless. Although he was also very strong, he was still inferior to this elder. However, he didn't understand why Yi Wanxiang didn't say anything. You don't have to look at me. Whether it's a duel or not, Ling Xiao will win. So I don't have to say anything. Yi Wanxiang saw no light in the night's doubt and explained. Haha, Yi Wanxiang, you're quite confident. However, don't forget that our Fatian's cultivation has already broken through to the early stage of the first transformation 4th layer of hell. He also has the Dark Tribe's special secret technique and the Black Gold Demon's layer sword. Without help, Ling Xiao is just a clown. It's possible to escape by relying on your movement technique, but what's the point of having a powerful movement technique? Hidden Flower sneered at Yi Wanxiang. She only dared to speak to Yi Wanxiang like this because the elder was here. Movement techniques are not for escaping, Yi Wanxiang said indifferently. In fact, movement techniques were first created. They were originally used to complement martial skills in battle. It was a pity that many people had forgotten the true meaning of movement techniques. They thought that they were used to escape. They didn't know that movement techniques were the most powerful when used in battle. Yes. We don't know as much as the Grand Elder, but there's a huge difference in their cultivation. I'm afraid that kid will have to cultivate for a few more years to defeat Fatian. Dark Gold mocked. Junior, you're asking for a beating. Yi Wanxiang's temper wasn't as good as before. It was fine if Hidden Flower scolded him. After all, they were of the same generation. He even had to call Hidden Flower cousin. However, Dark Gold was nothing. With a single slap, he sent Dark Gold flying. Remember, you don't have the right to speak here. If you speak any more nonsense, get out! Yi Wanxiang was incomparably domineering. Elder, are you not going to do anything? Hidden Flower was anxious. Dark Gold was her biological son and was much closer to her than in Fatian. How could she tolerate being beaten by Yi Wanxiang? His mouth is cheap. He deserves to be beaten. The Dark Tribe elder had just suffered a loss at Yi Wanxiang's hands. Naturally, he wouldn't go against Yi Wanxiang now. Hearing this, Hidden Flower and Dark Gold could only suppress their anger. There was nothing they could do. Yi Wanxiang, I know you're still brooding over what happened back then. However, you're still a member of the Dark Tribe. In the future, you should know your limits. After teaching Hidden Flower and Dark Gold a lesson, the elder glanced at Yi Wanxiang and said something inexplicable. Only a few of the people present knew what these words meant. Old man, shut up. It's not up to you to teach me what to do. I used to respect you, but my son was killed. Even now, I don't know who the murderer is. That's all for today. Let me remind you that Ling Xiao is the successor I've chosen. It doesn't matter if he denies me as his master or recognizes me as his foster father. I'll treat him as my own. Whoever dares to touch him will be my enemy. I won't let them go. Chapter 2467. This is crazy. I don't know what's so good about Ling Xiao that Yi Yezi is so crazy about. Anya Xing thought to himself. But it doesn't matter. That kid will die soon. Not Tian won't let him off. Yi Yezi. You wouldn't ruin this battle for that kid, right? You guys are back? Xindian and the butterfly lady had finally returned to his body after helping Yi Yezi. The butterfly lady had fallen into a deep slumber because she had exhausted too much energy. Xindian also looked a little tired. He probably wouldn't be able to continue fighting for some time. Master, Lin Yuetian is too scary. If we hadn't launched a sneak attack, we wouldn't have been able to hurt him. You have to be careful. Xindian didn't mention the Dark Tribe elder. Instead, he mentioned Lin Yuetian. It seemed that this rumored peerless genius, the young master of the Eight Immortals Mountain, was really in existence that made people fear him. I got it. Ling Xiao nodded. He would never overestimate anyone, nor would he underestimate anyone. If Xindian said that Lin Yuetian was scary, then Lin Yuetian had to be very scary. Master, I will go and rest too. Xindian fell into a deep slumber after saying what he wanted to say. Only deep sleep could allow him to recover faster. Ling Xiao, you must obtain this Shadow Black Gourd. If I'm not wrong, the Shadow Black Gourd and the Shadow Black Gourd should be a set. Only by combining the two will you be able to obtain the treasure within. The Yuan Venerate's voice suddenly rang out in Ling Xiao's mind. Really? It can't be wrong. I've been studying the Dark Black Sword Immortal diagram for a period of time, but I couldn't make any progress. However, when you approached the Dark Shadow Black Gourd, you suddenly discovered that the diagram produced some kind of reaction. The Yuan Venerate replied. All right, then I must obtain this Shadow Black Gourd. Ling Xiao was delighted. He hadn't been too sure what the Shadow Black Gourd diagram was before. Perhaps the secret was about to be revealed. Have you guys finished discussing? If you don't allow a duel, then I'll take it. Ling Xiao glanced at the Dark Ones. Although the Elder had changed the rules of this battle, he didn't care. Taking care of Enfei Tian was exactly what he wanted. It was a pity that Enfei Tian could not be killed in front of so many people. Otherwise, the clan elder would not let the matter rest. Let's duel. Whoever wins will get the Dark Shadow Black Gourd. The elder of the dark race shouted. All right. Hearing this, Ling Xiao nodded his head. And Fei Tian felt as if he was overjoyed. Originally, he should have already lost, but now he had another chance. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I have to admit that your movement technique is exquisite. But if you want to defeat me with just your movement technique, I will make you regret it. And Fei Tian sneered in his heart. In his opinion, as long as he could avoid Ling Xiao's strange secret technique, he didn't have to worry about anything else. You're a frog at the bottom of a well. You only reached the early stage of the fourth layer of hell by relying on others. What ability do you have to make me afraid? Ling Xiao looked at Enfei Tian disdainfully. Today's Enfei Tian was not even worth mentioning in his eyes. If he hadn't wanted to hide his strength in front of those people, he could have killed Enfei Tian in 3 moves. Who's the frog at the bottom of the well? Let's see who's the frog at the bottom of the well. Die! After saying that, Enfei Tian suddenly burst out his powerful aura at the early stage of the 4th layer of hell and charged at Ling Xiao. The difference between the 4th layer of hell and the 3rd layer of hell is huge. Even if Ling Xiao is invincible in the 3rd layer of hell, he is no match for Enfei Tian. Moreover, Ling Xiao's cultivation may not be invincible in the 3rd layer of hell. Hidden Flower couldn't help but say coldly as he watched the battle begin. This time, Dark Knight Formless did not say anything. There was no point in saying that. Anyway, among these people, no one else had confidence in Ling Xiao other than him. Ling Xiao stood there and looked coldly at Enfei Tian, who was charging at him. When Enfei Tian rushed over, his figure was faintly discernible in the void. This was probably the effect of the dark shadow martial soul, which made it impossible for others to grasp his exact position. Every time he appeared, he would be in a different place, and there was no pattern to it. For an ordinary person, they would have been nervous and panicked at this point. This was because an unpredictable enemy was the scariest. However, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry. Although Enfei Tian's movements were strange, he was able to deal with them by remaining unchanged. Dark Shadow Demonic Seal! While he was charging, Enfei Tian condensed a terrifying palm print in his hand. Within the palm print, a hideous skull vaguely appeared, exuding a terrifying and eerie aura. It charged at Ling Xiao. This demonic seal could disappear and reappear as Infatian moved. Die, ignorant boy! The voice seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible to determine its exact location. The terrifying demonic seal and Infatian's figure had disappeared. When Infatian reappeared, he was only 2 to 3 meters away from Ling Xiao. What an insignificant trick! Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Although his cultivation had not broken through, he was still at the peak of the 3rd level of hell of the yin-yang realm. However, with the power of a beast god martial artist, he could be on par with Infatian. This did not include his advanced combat constitution and the terrifying tyrannical martial soul. Through the tempering of many battles, Ling Xiao was gradually able to silently unleash the tyrant martial spirit in battle. Although he could not fully utilize it, the advantage was that he could use the tyrannical martial soul without being detected. Of course, their strength was only equal in terms of the level of their internal strength. In terms of combat experience and soul power, Infatian could not catch up with him. As for martial skills, Infatian should have mastered an outstanding high-grade jade martial skill. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had mastered a high-grade jade martial skill. In terms of quality, Infatian's martial skill was slightly inferior. However, Ling Xiao's mastery of every martial skill was better than Infatian's. As for body movement, Ling Xiao had mastered the 4th move of the 1,000-mile wolf. The first 3 moves had been cultivated to the perfection stage. The 4th move had also been cultivated to the phenomenal realm. This was definitely a miracle in the history of the 1,000-mile wolf. In short, he was stronger than Infatian by more than a little. Suddenly, Infatian's figure appeared, and the terrifying demonic seal was already inches away from Ling Xiao. Humph, that boy is finished! Hidden Flower snorted. He can't even react at such a close distance. He's really weak. Chapter 2468. At this moment, Dark Gold felt that he had overestimated Ling Xiao. After all this time, this guy was not that great after all. However, in the next moment, his jaw dropped. A shocking scene appeared in front of him. Ling Xiao's figure disappeared. Just like that, he disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. When he reappeared, he was already behind Infatian. However, Infatian was indeed more powerful than the average person. The moment Ling Xiao disappeared, he reacted. The dark shadow demonic seal blasted behind him. Boom! The 2 palms collided, causing the tunnel to shake. A strong gust of wind shot out in all directions. The spectators could feel the strength of the wind. However, when the wind reached the dark shadow gourd, it strangely disappeared. Of course, no one noticed this because everyone's attention was focused on the battle. Since Ling Xiao only used ordinary palm energy, he was naturally at a disadvantage. He retreated more than 10 steps before he could regain his footing. However, his movements were quite dashing. After all, his movement technique was there. It would be a little difficult to make him look battered and exhausted. As for Infatian, he only retreated 2 or 3 steps. In this collision, he obviously had the upper hand, and the advantage was not small. So what if his movement technique is good? He's not as good as Not Heaven. This Ling Xiao is still going to lose. Dark Gold glanced at Dark Knight Formless and sneered. Are you an idiot? You're one of the 3 geniuses of the Dark Tribe. Can't you see this? Ling Xiao didn't even use any martial skills, but Not Heaven used a high-tier jade grade martial skill, the Dark Shadow Demonic Seal. Now that neither side is at a disadvantage, who do you think is stronger? Dark Gold did not say anything, but no light in the night scolded Dark Gold. The others did not refute. This was because the experts could see that no light in the night was telling the truth. The most troublesome thing was that the movement technique Ling Xiao used was only the first form of the 1,000-mile wolf, but it was already difficult for Infatian to deal with. It's just an ordinary palm energy, but it's so powerful in the hands of this kid. It seemed like this Ling Xiao was really a martial arts genius. No wonder Wukong wanted to take him in as his godson. Speaking of which, this old man is starting to like this kid. The Dark Race Elder had heard rumors about Ling Xiao, and some people had added fuel to the fire. He didn't like Ling Xiao at all. He had always thought that Ling Xiao was only able to run amok because of the invisible protection of the night. But from the looks of it now, that didn't seem to be the case. Elder, don't you think you've gone too far? When Ling Xiao used his movement technique, he was unable to use any martial skills. Not Heaven didn't understand that movement technique, so he was almost at a disadvantage, but that might not be the case after this. Nightwalker was somewhat unconvinced. Hee. The Dark Folk Elder chuckled, but didn't say anything. Instead, he continued to watch the battle unfold. Ling Xiao stood there, calmly looking at his fists. He smiled slightly and said, "Enfatian, if this is your so-called strongest strength, then it's really too weak." After saying that, he suddenly transformed into his Black Wolf General Martial Soul. The lone wolf walks 1,000 miles. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to Enfatian. Then, a long sword appeared in his hand, and he used the meteor sword technique one move after another. By the time he reached the fourth move, Enfatian was already in a very sorry state. Although he wasn't injured, his clothes were already in tatters. This guy. He really can use martial skills at the same time as his movement technique. Nightwalker was dumbfounded. Ling Zhao's series of attacks seemed to be aimed at slapping him in the face. Ah! Enfatian suddenly roared, and suddenly, his body began to change. The dark shadow martial soul behind him disappeared, as if it had merged into his body. His eyes were a strange black color, and even the whites of his eyes were black. Not only that, but a pair of bat wings grew out of his back. A pair of strange horns grew out of the top of his head. Although the other parts of his body didn't change much, there was no doubt that this was a special secret technique of the Dark Tribe. The Sand Tribe has the Sand Witcher, and the Dark Tribe also has the Shadow Witcher. To be honest, I'm really surprised that you can hurt me. However, this is the end of it. With your little strength, you're nothing in front of me. Next, I'll let you know what it means to be afraid. You talk too much. Ling Xiao suddenly stabbed out with his sword, and a terrifying sword light blasted Enfatian, who was in the middle of his transformation, away. Despicable! How could you sneak attack him? Outside the arena, people started to curse. Nonsense, this is a battle, not a game. Do I have to wait for him to finish his transformation? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Ling Xiao, you're courting death. In the distance, Enfatian's transformation was even more obvious. Other than his right hand, which still looked like a human, the rest of his body had turned into a strange monster. The sharp claws and sharp teeth indicated that this guy was almost inhuman. You're really tough. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown when he saw that Enfatian only had a little bit of blood at the corner of his mouth. He had just used the fifth form of the meteor sword skill, the fall of heaven and earth. It had only caused such an effect. It seemed that the Shadow Witcher was similar to the Sand Witcher. They both had extremely strong defense. It wouldn't be easy to deal with them. However, after transforming, Enfatian still didn't attack. This was because it wasn't over yet. The reason why his right hand didn't transform was because he needed to use a weapon. He had just taken out his weapon from his storage ring. It was a strange longsword that was completely black. It was neither gold nor jade, and it exuded a strong murderous aura that made people feel pressured. Wisps of black smoke rose from it, and there seemed to be black flames dancing on the blade. Is this a deity-grade spiritual weapon? Ling Xiao said with a frown. Ha ha, you have a good eye. That's right, this is a deity-grade spiritual weapon second only to the Shadow Black Gourd. Its name is Black Qilin. I'm afraid a poor kid like you has never seen such a powerful weapon in your entire life. In the entire 8 Immortal Mountain, other than the sword from the Sword Tribe, there is no other weapon stronger than this Black Qilin sword. I could have easily killed you if I had entered the Shadow Witcher state. However, in order to make you despair, I've decided to use this Black Qilin sword. Ling Xiao looked at his opponent coldly. and Fatian's actions were within his expectations. However, even if he had expected it, he wasn't sure if he could deal with Fatian. After all, he didn't have such a powerful weapon. To a martial artist, a powerful weapon would greatly increase their combat power. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao wanted the sword from the Sword Tribe. However, it wasn't easy to get the sword from the Sword Tribe. It would be good if he could get his hands on Fatian's Black Qilin sword. Chapter 2469. With the Shadow Witcher and the Black Qilin sword, Fatian's strength had increased tremendously. He was close to the middle stage of the 4th level of Hell. Fatian was in high spirits. He did not want to embarrass himself in front of the Dark Tribe's higher-ups. The tribe leader was his father, and the rest of the higher-ups supported him. If he lost to Ling Xiao in front of them, he would be too ashamed to face them. Ling Xiao could feel that Fatian's strength had increased tremendously. However, his expression did not change. His opponent must have used all his strength. He had not used all his strength yet. Everyone thought that he had only learned the first move of the wolf galloping 1,000 miles because he had only used the first move in front of them. Go to hell, kid! When you reach the netherworld, remember that I, Fatian, am the one who will kill you! Roar, Black Qilin! As his voice rang out, Ling Xiao saw the sword in Fatian's hand turn into a long black snake. The snake was covered in black scales and spat out its tongue ferociously. It was extremely vicious. Black Qilin strangle! Another voice rang out. The strange black snake turned into more than 10 snakes and pounced on Ling Xiao from different directions. Ling Xiao knew that each of the black snakes was a terrifying sword chi. The power was not inferior to Fatian's full-strength attack. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. The more scattered the sword chi was, the weaker each attack would be. However, because of the Black Qilin sword, each of the sword chi was at full strength and would not be weakened. This was terrifying. A celestial-grade spiritual weapon is indeed terrifying. It seems that I have to reveal more of my strength. Ling Xiao was not a stubborn person. He would not put himself in danger just to hide his strength. If necessary, he would even reveal his Sky Tyrant martial soul and any of his trump cards. After all, the most important thing was to survive. If he was dead, there was no point in keeping so many secrets. Hee, Ling Xiao is dead meat. Dark Gold revealed a mocking smile. He didn't believe that the combination of the Shadow Witcher and the Black Qilin sword wouldn't be able to take Ling Xiao's life. If this still couldn't kill Ling Xiao, Fatian would be too useless. Although Dark Flower, Dark Night Walker, and the others weren't as emotional as Dark Gold, they were still very happy to see Ling Xiao being defeated and almost finished. It's too early for you to celebrate. Dark Knight Formless sneered but didn't explain anything. As for Ling Xiao, even he did not fully understand him. The energy that erupted from this young body was simply too amazing. What a joke, what else can he do? Dark Gold pursed his lips. However, he was soon unable to maintain his contemptuous and mocking expression. Those who were waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself and gloat over his misfortune were shocked to find that Ling Xiao's figure gradually became dim at that moment. A wolf can travel 1,000 miles? Humph, with your aptitude, the wolf can travel 1,000 miles at most until you reach the level of a twin wolf. Even if you turn into 2 wolf shadows, you'll still die without a doubt. Unless you're confident that you can dodge all my attacks. Fatian looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could cultivate the wolf to a high level. You don't have to dodge all of them. You only have a total of 18 sword chis. I admit that if you meet force with force, you won't be able to avoid injury. However, as long as you avoid 9 of them, the remaining 9 will be easy. Ling Xiao smiled and then, under everyone's shocked gaze, his figure turned into 9. 9 wolf shadows leaped out. This was the 3rd form of the wolf pack attack. The number of wolf shadows that could be released from wolf pack attack would increase according to the level of mastery. At most, when cultivated to the perfection stage, one could release 81 shadows at once. Of course, these shadows were all illusions and couldn't be used to attack. They could only be used to dodge the enemy's attacks. The more wolf shadows there were, the safer the body would be. 9 wolf shadows were naturally able to block the 9 sword chis. The remaining 9 sword chis were repelled by Ling Xiao's Doomsday Sword. The sword in his hand also shattered at the same time. A mortal-grade spiritual weapon was still too weak against an immortal-grade spiritual weapon. However, it didn't matter. Ling Xiao still had a lot of mortal-grade spiritual weapon swords in his storage ring. 9 wolf shadows! How could this guy cultivate the third form of the wolf to the greater mastery level? How long has he been cultivating it? Shock. Intense shock. It wasn't just Ling Xiao's opponent, and Fei Tian. Even the onlookers at the side were shocked by Ling Xiao's amazing movement skills. In just half a month's time, Ling Xiao was actually able to cultivate the third move of the 1,000-mile wolf. Moreover, it was at the great accomplishment level. Didn't this mean that this guy could be considered the most powerful genius in the history of the 8 Immortals Mountain? If there was anyone who could compete with Ling Xiao, it would be Ling Yan and Lin Yuetian. Elder, did you see that? Now do you understand why I had to chase after this brat and take him in as my adopted son? He's a genius through and through. No Light in the Night said excitedly. Humph, it doesn't matter if he's a genius or not. It's all over now. Not Heaven had only used one move, and he had already used his strongest movement technique. What was he going to rely on to fight Not Heaven next? He's still going to die. And Jean snorted coldly. I'm not going to waste my breath on a blind kid like you. Continue watching. You'll learn a lot. No Light in the Night sneered and continued watching the battlefield. And Fei Tian and Jean had the same thought. If you can dodge most of the attacks with one move, what about 2 moves? You can dodge 18 sword chis, but what about 24? What would you do? In fact, he didn't use all his strength just now. He was afraid that the Shadow Hunter demon would control his mind. But he didn't care anymore. Even if he turned into a demon, the Elder was here to stop him from doing something stupid. His aura continued to rise. A terrifying black aura was released from his body. His eyes were almost blurred and he couldn't see what was in front of him. No, I'm going to kill Ling Xiao with my own hands. I won't let you do it! And Fei Tian roared. He didn't want the Shadow Hunter demon to do it. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao with his own hands. Only then could he vent his anger and get rid of the demon in his heart. 24 black sword chis broke through the air. They turned into 20 black snakes. It was terrifying. It was obvious that Fei Tian was using a lot of effort to use such a move. He even spat out a small mouthful of blood. But at least he managed to release the attack. Haven't you heard of the saying, virtue is 1 foot tall, and the devil is 10 feet tall? You can increase your strength, but I can't? Ling Xiao's aura began to rise again. The advanced lightning battle form was released. Crazy lightning flowed on the Black Wolf general transformation. Chapter 2470. Ling Xiao, whose combat strength had increased, was able to take on 12 rays of sword chi instead of 9. Wolf Pack Attack of 1,000 Li. Great Perfection. Wolf Pack Attack of 1,000 Li at great perfection could release 12 shadows of wolves at the same time, while easily dodging the 12 rays of sword chi. Ling Xiao once again used the Doomsday move of the Meteor Sword technique, and easily dissolved the remaining 12 rays of sword chi. A cold smile hung on Ling Xiao's face, because he saw Fei Tian's sorry state. Forcefully channeling 20 rays of sword chi had already caused Fei Tian's face to turn pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that Fei Tian's strength was insufficient, yet he forcefully channeled sword chi. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you! And Fei Tian's aura was still rising crazily. Seeing this, a Nightwalker panicked. Stop, Fei Tian. If this continues, you'll die first. I don't care, I don't care. I don't believe that I can't kill him. And Fei Tian was completely controlled by the Shadow Hunter demon. The black Qilin's sword had also merged into his body. It was like a long poisonous needle that pointed at Ling Xiao. Hee, stupid little guy. Just admit defeat. You had to force Infatian to let me out. You're dead meat. The Shadow Hunter demon's voice was sharp and piercing. His combat strength had almost reached the middle stage of the 4th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Although his cultivation was not there, his combat strength was there. Die, you pathetic little brat. Black Qilin Strangle, 48 rays of sword chi. From 18 rays of sword chi to 24 rays of sword chi, then to 48 rays of sword chi. Each attack was more terrifying than the previous one. And this time, he was using the combat strength of the middle stage of the 4th level of Hell. Ling Xiao was even more defenseless. Even if Feiqian wins, it's an unfair victory. No light in the night said unhappily. Although it's unfair to give my consciousness to the Shadow Hunter demon, the Shadow Hunter demon is a special secret technique of the Dark Tribe. Why can't I use it? Hidden Flower said disdainfully. But if he uses the Shadow Hunter demon and still loses, then that would be a huge loss of face. Dark Knight Formless said calmly. Impossible! Nightwalker said sternly. Nothing is impossible. Didn't you see how Ling Xiao defeated the Sand Witcher in the Sword Tribe? Dark Knight's formless tone was still indifferent. In his opinion, although Shadow Witchers could increase their combat strength, they would lose their judgment and combat skills as a warrior. This would give Ling Xiao a chance to take advantage of it. I admit that Ling Xiao has some skills, but he has already perfected the wolf pack attack. Do you think he can still cultivate it to the perfection stage? In the history of our 8 Immortals Mountain, no one has ever been able to cultivate this technique to the stage of perfection. Because the difference between the transcendent state and the perfected state is too great. Hidden Flower snorted coldly. Even now, she had to admit that Ling Xiao was terrifying. But she still couldn't believe that Ling Xiao could defeat the Shadow Hunter demon. After all, Shaheen's cultivation was much weaker than Infatian's. Naturally, the Shadow Hunter demon was much weaker. The difficulty of cultivating the wolf pack 1,000 miles was not a secret in the 8 Immortals Mountain. Therefore, very few disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain were willing to cultivate this technique. Even if they wanted to cultivate it, they would give up halfway because they couldn't make any progress. Therefore, everyone present was shocked. Even the Dark Tribe Elder was very surprised. He felt that he had overestimated Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao's talent still surprised him. Can a lot of sword chi really hurt people? Ling Xiao looked at the Shadow Hunter demon in disdain. No matter how powerful an attack was, even if it could destroy heaven and earth, if it couldn't hit its target, then it would be meaningless. If it was meaningful, then it would be a waste of one's internal strength. Stupid little guy, you don't understand at all. The sword chi that I use is completely different from that idiot Infatian's. The Shadow Hunter demon sneered. 48 sword chi had been condensed. Just as he had said, the sword chis were no longer black snakes. Instead, they had transformed into ferocious demons. The power of each strand of sword chi increased. If Ling Xiao's prediction was correct, his speed would also be greatly increased. Everyone stared at Ling Xiao. This was because they all wanted to know how Ling Xiao would dodge such an attack this time. That was 48 sword chi. It was like the sword chi of a martial artist at the middle stage of the 4th transformation of the yin-yang realm. Idiot! Ling Xiao looked at his opponent with disdain. He admitted that the power of this attack was indeed terrifying. But which idiot was it that said that blindly strong attacks were good? In a battle, being able to use different powers to perform different moves was the real power. Today, I'll let you see what real combat skills are. You look strong, but you're actually stupid. Let alone one, even if 10 of you came, I wouldn't care. He smiled coldly, and his body began to split. They turned into shadows of wolves. There were 81 wolf shadows in total. Impossible! That was what everyone thought. It was because only by cultivating the wolf pack attack to the perfection of martial arts could one perform 81 wolf shadows. Once it reached the perfection of martial arts, these wolf shadows would have a new effect. It could be used together with the wolf pack attack, so that the wolf pack attack could be performed without a long interval. He actually cultivated this move to the perfection of martial arts. This is simply inconceivable. Even the Dark Tribe elder was shocked. This kid had done something that no one had ever done before. If this wasn't a genius, then who was worthy of the title? How is this possible? How is this possible? Hidden Flower looked at the scene in a daze. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth was so big that one could stuff a big eggplant in it. He thought about how he had confidently said that Ling Xiao couldn't cultivate to the perfection of martial arts. This was like being slapped in the face, and his face turned red. Dark Gold, Dark Tribe, and Dark Knight Wuzuan's expressions became serious. They knew that after this battle, Ling Xiao would replace Infatian as one of the four great geniuses. He would become the person who could threaten their position. They had never thought highly of Ling Xiao. If there was any fear of Ling Xiao, it was because of the person behind Ling Xiao. But today, they really felt a chill down their spines because of Ling Xiao. It seems that this old man is really old, and my eyes are not good. I almost misjudged such a genius. I'm afraid that only Lin Yuetian can compare to him. The Dark Tribe elder thought about it, and felt that it was unwise to deal with Dark Knight Wuzuan. Chapter 2471. What a pity! Now, it's even more impossible for me to accept him as my godson. No Light in the Night sighed helplessly. He knew that the more outstanding Ling Xiao's performance was, the less likely it was for him to accept him as his godson. As for Dark Knight Formless, he didn't think too much about it. Seeing that the disciple he had risked his life to protect was so outstanding, he only had a smile on his face. Not only did the 81 wolf shadows easily dodge the 48 sword auras, but they also dodged the attack. What was even more terrifying was that the remaining 33 wolf shadows directly pounced on the Shadow Witcher. The Shadow Witcher was like a sandbag that was constantly being hit. He kept retreating. He didn't even have a chance to defend himself, let alone counterattack. It's time to end this. Ling Xiao raised the long sword in his hand and coldly pointed it at the Shadow Witcher. Sword of Eastern Purple Qi, one sword to the west. Terrifying purple Qi billowed like a purple devil as it attacked the Shadow Witcher. At this moment, the Shadow Witcher was being hit by the 33 wolf shadows until he couldn't do anything. How could he block Ling Xiao's attack? Give me some face and don't kill him! The Dark Tribe elder suddenly said loudly. All right, I'll give you some face. Ling Xiao originally wanted to get rid of Infatian as soon as possible. However, since the Dark Tribe elder had pleaded, he would give him face. After all, if the Dark Tribe elder owed him a favor, it would be easier for him to survive in the Dark Tribe in the future. As for Infatian, he was just a piece of trash. If he was defeated, he would never be able to defeat him again. If this kid didn't know what was good for him, he would end up like Sha Hai and die. A terrifying sword aura shot out and exploded on the Shadow Witcher's body. The pitch-black shell that enveloped Infatian suddenly shattered like glass and fell piece by piece. Infatian's body was revealed, still in shock. Ling Xiao stepped on Infatian's body and placed the sword in his hand against his neck. He said coldly, "If it wasn't for the Dark Tribe elder's plea, I would have killed you. Now, admit defeat." Since it was a duel and he didn't want to kill his opponent must admit defeat. Otherwise, this battle wouldn't end. No, just kill me. I won't admit defeat. Infatian howled. He felt that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to kill him. That was why he was so uncooperative. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Ling Xiao sneered. Without another word, he slammed his palm onto Infatian's body. The terrifying sword Qi penetrated the palm wind and entered Infatian's body. It began to madly destroy Infatian's internal organs and body tissues. Infatian immediately started bleeding from his 7 orifices. No, to be exact, his entire body was bleeding non-stop, seeping out from his capillaries. Screams that sounded like pigs being slaughtered rose and fell one after another in the silent tunnel. Hearing this, many people frowned. I admit defeat! I admit defeat! Stop torturing me! And Fei Tian was scared. He was really frightened by Ling Xiao. The guy in front of him was simply a demon, a terrifying demon. This wasn't human at all. He absolutely believed that if he didn't admit defeat, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. If you had just admitted defeat, you wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Ling Xiao looked at Fei Tian, who was in a daze because of excessive fear, and stood up with a sneer. Then, he looked at the Dark Tribe elder. Don't worry, elder. I didn't kill him. It's just that this kid needs to be taught a lesson, so I'll let him suffer a little. He stood there, almost spotless, as if he had never fought before. Behind him, Fei Tian was twitching uncontrollably. Seeing this horrifying scene, no one could react. No matter how much they thought, they would never have thought that such a situation would happen. Ling Xiao's arrogance, and insufferably arrogance were extremely annoying. However, this young man had the right to be arrogant. I'm going to kill you! And Yexing suddenly roared. His body flashed, and he pounced on Ling Xiao. He was furious that his son had been beaten to such a state. He did not care about the Bullshaster's T rules. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. However, before he could take 2 steps forward, he was kicked out by Yexing. What are you trying to do, elder? And Fei Tian's every move was ruthless. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not kill him, which is already extremely benevolent. You don't know what's good for you. Yexing would not let anyone hurt Ling Xiao. Damn it! And Yexing roared at the sky, but there was nothing he could do. The elder sighed, walked to Fei Tian's side, and began to treat his injuries. Young man, you're too ruthless. After touching Fei Tian's body, the elder realized how serious his injuries were. He was afraid that he would not be able to continue on the path of martial arts in the future. Even if he survived, he would only be an ordinary person. Elder, you're exaggerating. He wanted to kill me, but I didn't kill him. This is already benevolent. Elder, do you want me to be a saint? Ling Xiao looked at the elder and said calmly. He had already given this old man face. He hoped that this old man would not go too far. Forget it. The elder of the Dark Tribe sighed. He naturally understood that Ling Xiao's words made sense. However, so what if it made sense? Not everyone could be reasonable. At this time, Dark Gold, Dark World, and even Dark Knight Wuzuan looked at Ling Xiao with hostility. Dark Flower and Yexing were even more so. However, Yexing and No Light in the Night were very satisfied with Ling Xiao's achievements. Elder, this shadow black gourd should be mine for the time being, right? Ling Xiao did not care about Fei Tian's life or death, nor did he care about what others thought of him. What he wanted now was the shadow black gourd. Although he did not know what he could learn from the shadow black gourd, he believed that it would definitely be an important upgrade for him in the Black Tortoise mainland. Shut up! You're just an outer tribe disciple. What right do you have to learn the shadow martial arts? You're not worthy at all. Moreover, you have no feelings for the Dark Tribe. Once you learn the shadow martial arts and betray us, the Dark Tribe will suffer a great loss. Clan Elder, you must reconsider. And Yexing knew that with Yexing around, he could not kill Ling Xiao. However, he could not let Ling Xiao get the shadow martial arts. Elder, I think so too. Dark Flower took the opportunity to say. Elder, think twice. Ling Xiao is not loyal to the Dark Tribe. Otherwise, why would he not recognize Dark Light as his adoptive father? And Yexing said again. He had caught Ling Xiao's weakness. The other experts of the Dark Tribe also expressed their agreement with Yexing and Yexing. In the Dark Tribe, more than half of the elders and grand elders did not want Ling Xiao to get the shadow martial arts. Ling Xiao looked at this scene coldly, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 2472. What's there to discuss? You changed the rules and still can't stop my disciple from obtaining the right to study the shadow black gourd. What else is there to discuss? Yexing snorted coldly. Ling Xiao, go and take the shadow black gourd. I'd like to see who dares to stop you. The rules set by the old ancestor state that as long as someone can stand out in this competition, they can obtain the right to study the gourd for 20 days. If you can make the shadow black gourd recognize you as its master, you can directly obtain this treasure and become the successor to the dark race's patriarch. Anyone who dares to violate this rule will be punished by the old ancestor. I don't think anyone here dares to do that, right? As soon as he said this, everyone shut up. Because the sacrificial altar was where the souls of the dark race's ancestors resided. If anyone did not follow the rules set by the old ancestor, there was a high chance they would be punished. One had to know that in the dark race, the old ancestor's prestige was not inferior to the 7 rulers of the mystic world. No one dared to violate this rule. They might not be afraid of you wishing, but they could not be afraid of the old ancestor's punishment. Haha, wishing, I think you've misunderstood. The dark race patriarch was worthy of being called a wily old fox. At this time, he smiled and said, You should understand their feelings. After all, Fei Tian was beaten to such a state and none of the other children who participated in the competition with them survived. Some anger can be forgiven. But don't worry, this old master will uphold justice. The dark race is not the kind of race that can't bear to see their disciples grow stronger. Since Ling Xiao has won this competition, the shadow black gourd naturally belongs to him. Hearing this, Ling Xiao smiled slightly and cupped his fists to the old man. Many thanks for upholding justice, patriarch. In fact, he knew in his heart that this old man was not willing to lend him the shadow black gourd to study. But because of the old ancestors' rules, there was no other way. If he did not allow Ling Xiao to study the shadow black gourd today, not only would it disappoint the other disciples, but it would also incur the old ancestors' punishment. This was not something this old man could bear. However, since the other party had said these words of justice, Yang Kai naturally had to thank him. It didn't matter if he didn't mean it. Patriarch, you have to think this through. Once this brat learns the shadow black gourd to study, he'll become a great threat to the dark race. Nightwalker cried out. Shut up! This old man thought that you had always been cautious with your words and actions, but your performance today has really disappointed this old man. If you still want to continue holding the position of patriarch, you better keep your mouth shut. This is not a time for discussion. Rules are rules. Otherwise, who will believe the dark race twos? The dark ancestors. Wishing to it. There was nothing he could do about it. His cultivation wasn't as high as Dark Knight Formless, nor was it as high as the clan elders. Although he was the clan elder, his words didn't carry much weight. To it toot, to be toot. To you. He. To the ye. Ling Xiao had crippled his son. No matter what, he had to kill Ling Xiao. Since he couldn't stop Ling Xiao from obtaining the shadow black gourd, he might as well kill Ling Xiao. Maybe he could even take the shadow black gourd for himself. With that thought, he shut his mouth and said nothing more. Since Wishing was silent, the others naturally fell silent as well. Very well. I declare the winner of the shadow black gourd contest to be Ling Xiao. According to the rules set by the forefather, he can hold on to the shadow black gourd for 20 days to study the shadow black gourd. Regardless of whether he succeeds or not, the gourd will automatically fly back to the altar after 20 days. The dark ancestor glanced at Ling Xiao. The master of the shadow black gourd was the first forefather of the dark race. He used this treasure to establish the dark race's position on 8 Immortals Mountain. Since then, no one has been able to become the shadow black gourd's master. Because the first forefather's soul has become the tool spirit of the shadow black gourd, he truly controls this treasure. Kneel in front of the shadow black gourd and pay your respects. The forefather will grant you a strand of telekinesis in your body. On the one hand, this telekinesis can make the shadow black gourd yours for 20 days. On the other hand, it can prevent others from fighting over it. Go. I see that he's still monitoring me. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He even suspected that this so-called strand of telekinesis would never leave after entering his body. It would lurk in his body forever. If one day he really wanted to take the shadow black gourd, this strand of telekinesis would come out and cause trouble. This suspicion wasn't without reason. Because Ling Xiao's Tai Chi vaguely discovered that there was a strand of telekinesis in the bodies of the dark race, Hai Wuzuan, and the Forefather. Even Hai Wuzuan and No Light in the Night had it in their bodies. It could be said that anyone who had obtained the right to use the shadow black gourd had it. What was the first Forefather of the dark race trying to do? Did he want to turn everyone into his puppets? How terrifying! However, it might be terrifying to others, but to Ling Xiao, a strand of telekinesis was nothing. Back then, he had even refined a strand of the King of Sovereign's divine consciousness. The strength of the Tyrant martial soul was definitely not something that ordinary people could understand. In front of a human king, what was a king of sovereigns? He sneered. He didn't know what the first Forefather of the dark race was planning. But today, he had to get the shadow black gourd. With the shadow sword deity painting, he might be able to comprehend something powerful. He walked forward and knelt in front of the altar. Then, a strand of white light flew out of the shadow black gourd and entered his body. Seeing this, everyone knew that the fact that Ling Xiao had obtained the right to comprehend the shadow black gourd couldn't be changed. This was something that some people couldn't accept. They were jealous, unwilling, and even resentful. But so what? Ling Xiao often did things that made people hate him and want to kill him, but they couldn't do anything about it. Ling Xiao, you can go and get the shadow black gourd now. But I have to remind you of something. The shadow black gourd is something that my forefather left behind. You don't have the dark race's bloodline, so it will be very difficult for you to comprehend the shadow martial arts. But you only have 20 days. If you can't comprehend it, you can only give up. Do you understand? Hearing these words, Ling Xiao suddenly understood why this old fellow would go against everyone's wishes and bestow this dark shadow black gourd to him. Of course, the Forefather was afraid of the Forefather's rules and his reputation being tarnished. Chapter 2473. What the Dark Tribe Elder was trying to do to Ling Xiao was an overt scheme. You knew it, but it was difficult to resolve. It was even more frustrating than a scheme. However, Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. Elder, you worry too much. When the first Dark Tribe ancestor obtained the gourd, he got it from someone else. He was able to control it. Of course I can control it too. How arrogant! How dare you compare yourself to our first Dark Tribe ancestor? Dark Flower said angrily. It's not about whether I'm worthy or not. It's about whether he's worthy or not. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't say this out loud. After all, he was about to get the gourd, and there was no point in making a fuss. However, in his opinion, the first Dark Tribe ancestor was only an expert from a few hundred years ago. His cultivation base was probably only in the life-seizing stage, not even in the rebirth stage. He didn't say anything. Instead, he walked straight towards the gourd. Presumably, the Dark Tribe Elder wasn't just plotting against him, he was also plotting against him. Even if he wanted to take the gourd, it wouldn't be easy. He could clearly sense the sneer in the Dark Tribe Elder's eyes. However, he didn't think too much about it. There was no point in thinking too much. In any case, he would deal with whatever came his way. He didn't care anymore. The moment he approached the dark shadow black gourd, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the dark sword deity painting in his storage ring had become active. It was as if two lovers who hadn't seen each other in a long time had finally met. They were both happy and excited. It seemed that the Yuan Venerate was right. The dark sword deity diagram and the dark shadow gourd were originally a set of treasures. However, for some reason, they had been forcibly separated. 20 days? That's really too short. I have to take the dark shadow gourd for myself. Ling Xiao made up his mind. According to the rules of the Dark Tribe, as long as he could make the dark shadow gourd recognize him as its master, he could take the treasure. Although he didn't know how to make it recognize him as its master, he was confident that he could do it. Ever since he had obtained the Tyrant martial soul, he had never found anything difficult to do. He stood there and hesitated for a moment. Then, he reached out and grabbed the black gourd that was about a foot tall. The moment he touched the shadow black gourd, a terrified roar came from the gourd. Even the psychokinesis in his body was gone. What was going on? Ling Xiao was somewhat bewildered. If that psychokinesis disappeared, would he still be able to take away the shadow black gourd? This sudden turn of events was truly beyond his expectations. He was quite surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. He continued to grab the gourd and put it into his storage ring. The shadow black gourd was obviously resisting. The weapon spirit was none other than the first ancestor of the Dark Ones. At this moment, it was incomparably terrified and furious. It wanted to escape from Ling Xiao's hands. However, the terrifying aura of the tyrannical martial spirit that was released from Ling Xiao's body was so oppressive that the tool spirit could not breathe. You still want to resist? Do you believe that I will completely obliterate you? Ling Xiao was confident that the tool spirit of the shadow black gourd was no match for the tyrannical martial spirit. As long as he had enough time, he would definitely be able to take the shadow black gourd for himself. Damn it! Who are you? A voice came from Ling Xiao's mind. I am just me, a martial artist of the mystic world. Ling Xiao replied with his soul power. No! You are not! What is your relationship with the human king? Are you the reincarnation of the human king? The tool spirit still roared. So much nonsense. According to the rules you set, I have the right to use and comprehend the shadow black gourd for 20 days. Obediently enter my storage ring. Don't force me to use force. Ling Xiao felt that in terms of soul power, he was actually crushing this weapon spirit. Of course, he didn't want to destroy the tool spirit. Because once it was destroyed, the treasure would also be destroyed. After all, the tool spirit and the treasure had been together for too long. They had already successfully merged into one. No! The shadow black gourd suddenly spewed out a powerful force in an attempt to overturn Ling Xiao. This scene was witnessed by all the onlookers. The Dark Tribe elder's lips curled into a cold smile. He had already guessed that this would happen. Without the Dark Tribe's bloodline, trying to take the shadow black gourd by force would result in this result. In fact, there should have been a process in between. As the elder, he should have used his own blood to leave a blood mark on Ling Xiao's forehead. This way, the shadow black gourd would not reject him. But he didn't do that. He wanted to make Ling Xiao suffer a little so that he would voluntarily give up the shadow black gourd. In that case, he couldn't be blamed. After all, he had already done the right thing. This person was not a saint. How could he be heartless? He was a Dark Tribe member and Enfeitian's grandfather. It was impossible for him not to be angry when he saw his grandson being beaten up like that. However, he was more tolerant and sinister than a Nightwalker. See? I've already said that Ling Xiao doesn't have the right to possess the shadow black gourd. Even the ancestors won't acknowledge him, Hidden Flower said excitedly. At this time, even Dark Night Formless, and no light in the night were sweating for Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, the dark sword deity painting in Ling Xiao's storage ring changed. A dark longsword with strange black tiger patterns engraved on it flew out of the storage ring. The sword stabbed into the ball of energy. Then, everyone saw a ferocious black tiger open its huge mouth in the void and swallow the ball of energy. Then, the black longsword disappeared. The ball of energy also disappeared. Ling Xiao was not affected at all. He easily picked up the shadow black gourd and put it in his storage ring. What's going on? What's with the sword just now? How can he pick up the shadow black gourd? This scene made the Dark Tribe elder, who thought he had everything under control, panic. He could only hope that Ling Xiao could not comprehend anything from the shadow black gourd. This strange fellow is really not easy to control. Ha ha ha, I've disappointed you, Elder Hidden Flower. It seems that the ancestors were just joking with Ling Xiao. They don't plan to deal with him. No Light in the Night laughed and mocked Hidden Flower. Humph, so what if he has it? He can't comprehend anything from it. You have to know that in their generation, only two people can truly comprehend it. One is Dark Knight Formless, and the other is in Ming. And in the previous generation, there was only Dark Knight Formless. Moreover, these three people all have the Dark Tribe's bloodline. What about Ling Xiao? He has nothing. What right does he have? Hidden Flower snorted, still unconvinced. Chapter 2474. It didn't matter what other people said or saw. Ling Xiao had already put away the dark shadow black gourd. Today's battle could be considered to be completely over. What he needed to do next was to return to his residence and study the secrets of the gourd and the dark sword deity diagram. Congratulations, Ling Xiao! Unite Formless walked in front of Ling Xiao and patted Ling Xiao's shoulder heavily. Some people say that even if you obtain the gourd, it's meaningless. Because you don't have the bloodline of the Dark Clan. You're just an outsider. But in my opinion, you've always been able to create miracles. This time won't be an exception, right? Of course not. Those people are secretly cursing and mocking me now. In 20 days, I'll let them know how stupid their judgment was. Schemes and conspiracies? They're all farts. Ling Xiao's voice was very loud. He said it on purpose for those who were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. He wanted them to understand. Ling Xiao wasn't an idiot, nor was he an idiot. What he wanted to do would definitely succeed. In your dreams! Hidden Flower sneered and turned to leave. She didn't want to see Ling Xiao's smug face again. Ling Xiao and Unite Formless left the altar and returned to the Dark Clan's main hall. Qinghuan Hua and Lin Yang were waiting there. Although they didn't see the whole process, they only heard the results. They were overjoyed at Ling Xiao's success. In Ling Xiao's residence, after a round of celebration, only Ling Xiao was left in the room. Everyone knew that he only had 20 days to study the gourd secrets. So they didn't want to disturb him. They only wanted him to cultivate in peace. Unite Formless stayed in the courtyard near Ling Xiao's room to protect Ling Xiao. Because he knew that in these 20 days, there would definitely be some uninvited guests who would come to cause trouble. Ling Xiao couldn't be distracted, so he had to do more things. 20 days? I don't need that long. I should be able to completely control the dark shadow black gourd in 10 days at most. According to Sire Shui, as long as he possessed any treasure from the 8 great families, he would be able to head to the Sand Race's sea region where Ling Yan was imprisoned. It would be best if they could rescue Ling Yan as soon as possible. However, even if he couldn't succeed, he had to at least meet Ling Yan while he was in possession of the dark shadow gourd. The last time I went to the 5th floor of the ghost prison, I already spied on some of the mysteries of the array formations there. This time, as long as there's a chance, we can rescue Ling Yan. For Ling Xiao, saving Ling Yan was a huge weight off his shoulders. What he needed to do next was to learn all the secret techniques of the 8 Immortals Mountain, and then use this place as a springboard to go to a more suitable place for him to become stronger. Taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao stopped thinking about it. He had to take things one step at a time. He could sense that the Sin Extermination Stone he had obtained after the battle for the Dark Shadow Black Gourd was actually an excellent supplement for his cultivation. Perhaps he really wasn't far from breaking through to the first transition 4th level of Hell. The stronger one was, the higher one's status would be in the 8 Immortals Mountain. He was very clear about his current situation. Although it seemed safe, it was actually very dangerous. Although Yu Wishing was strong, he was only one person. If his enemies came at the same time, and he wasn't strong enough, even Yu Wishing would be killed. Master, you should have already deciphered the secret of the Dark Sword Immortal diagram, right? Ling Xiao's body shook and an illusory figure floated out. It was the Yuan Venerate. Relying on the soul gem Ling Xiao had given him, the Yuan Venerate was now able to move freely within a certain range. Although he was only a spiritual body, he wouldn't be so easily blown away by the astral winds. Of course, the Dark Sword Immortal diagram, or rather, the Dark Sword Immortal diagram, is actually the key to opening the dark shadow black gourd, the Yuan Venerate explained. You saw that black sword previously, right? That was condensed by the power of the dark sword immortal diagram. What you have to do now is to condense this black sword into a real entity. When that happens, you won't just possess a true divine weapon, the dark immortal sword. You will also be able to use this sword to slay the weapon spirit of the dark shadow black gourd without causing the gourd to shatter. Kill the weapon spirit of the dark shadow black gourd? Isn't that a little too inhumane? I don't think he has any enmity with me, Ling Xiao said with a frown. If you don't want to kill him, then make him submit and become your servant. He will listen to all your orders. You can also do this by relying on the dark immortal sword and the sky tyrant martial soul. It won't be difficult, the Yuan Venerate said. All right then. I'll try to control him first. If he doesn't know what's good for him, I'll destroy him. Ling Xiao nodded. Then, he began to modify and condense the dark sword immortal diagram. Actually, even the first-generation ancestor of the Dark Tribe hadn't been able to obtain the true Dark Shadow martial arts. This was because the only way to fully open the Dark Shadow Black Gourd and fully comprehend the Dark Shadow martial arts was to obtain the key. However, only Ling Xiao had obtained the Dark Sword Immortal Diagram. Furthermore, it was precisely because the Yuan Venerate was a powerful array formation master that he was able to decipher its mysteries. Otherwise, no one would use these two items even if they had obtained them. Perhaps this was the so-called accumulation of knowledge. Although it seemed useless, it could be of great use during critical moments. The condensation of the Dark Sword Immortal Diagram became very easy with the guidance of the Yuan Venerate. In just one day, Ling Xiao had condensed the Dark Sword Immortal Diagram into a black sword about a meter long. Holding it in one hand, the weight was very suitable and it emitted a sinister glow. Dark Immortal Sword. Divine Grade Spirit Weapon. It contains the beast spirit of the black-striped flying tiger. It can be used for direct combat, and can also allow beast warriors to undergo beast spirit transformation. Ling Xiao immediately sensed this information the moment the black sword took shape. The black-striped flying tiger beast spirit was a 1-star yin-yang 6th level hell beast spirit. It was much stronger than the steel-armored ox demon, the tyrant blood demon dragon, and the black wolf general. Although it wasn't suitable for Ling Xiao at the moment, given Ling Xiao's cultivation speed, he would be able to grasp it perfectly very soon. Good stuff! Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Then, he embedded the black-striped flying tiger beast spirit into the tiger god position of the 12 beast gods. Given his current cultivation base, he still couldn't fully utilize the might of this beast spirit. However, its combat strength was already much stronger than the other 3 beast spirits. The black-striped flying tiger naturally had its own innate skill. Its name was Tiger Roar. As its name suggested, this was a very special sound effect. It was the same type of innate skill as the tyrant blood demon dragon's demonic dragon blood curse. However, the demonic dragon blood curse affected the enemy's blood essence. The tiger roar relied on its terrifying roar to affect martialists. If it was light, the enemy would temporarily lose their sense of hearing, tremble, and be unable to control themselves. If it was heavy, they would bleed to death from all orifices. It could be said that if used well, it could be of great use at critical moments. Chapter 2475. After deactivating his martial soul transformation, Ling Xiao turned his attention to the Shadow Black Gourd. Although the Black Immortal Sword was something he really wanted, he was also very interested in the shadow martial arts within the Shadow Black Gourd. How do I open the Shadow Black Gourd? Ling Xiao asked the Yuan Venerate. The Shadow Black Gourd is a special space. As long as you touch it with the Black Immortal Sword, you will be able to open it. However, you have to be careful. I believe that the spirit of the Dark Tribe ancestor is also inside. Maybe you don't want his life, but he might want yours. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. I understand. However, how can I obtain the Shadow Black Gourd if I can't subdue him? He is just an artifact spirit without a body. I would be too cowardly if I was afraid of him. Ling Xiao smiled, and then he touched the umbra black gourd with his sword. In an instant, a strange vortex appeared on the shadow black gourd. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before jumping in. Since he had already decided to do something, he wouldn't waver. This was an empty world. This world was filled with darkness, and there was no light at all. Suddenly, a bright spot appeared in the darkness. It was actually a person. A person in a long robe, holding a sword in his right hand and the shadow black gourd in his left. He glared at Ling Xiao with hatred and roared, "Get out, or you won't be able to leave! Are you the Dark Tribe ancestor? The artifact spirit of the shadow black gourd?" Ling Xiao naturally couldn't leave. He had entered this space to obtain the shadow martial arts. How could he leave? "I told you to get out!" The person didn't answer. Instead, he roared and attacked with his sword. Ling Xiao sneered as the tyrant martial soul appeared behind him. In the vast universe, it released an earth-shattering power. The black immortal sword merged with the tyrant martial soul and became extremely huge. A terrifying aura locked onto the person, making him unable to move. "If you don't know how to speak properly, then I'll have to use force. You only have two choices now. One is to be loyal to me. The other is to leave this umbra black gourd or die." Ling Zhao's voice was cold and domineering. He wanted to obtain the shadow black gourd, so there were some things that could not be discussed. "No, you can't do this to me. You can't. I'm your ancestor." The man trembled with fear. The combined might of the sky tyrant martial soul and the black immortal sword made him unable to resist at all. Right now, he only wanted to beg for mercy. He only wanted to live. "Grandmaster? I remember that when I wanted to take away the umbra black gourd, you almost killed me. Fortunately, this black immortal sword automatically protected its master. Otherwise, I would really be finished." Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Now you are telling me that you are my ancestor and telling me not to treat you like this. What a joke. I've already given you a way out. I must obtain this dark shadow black gourd. You can scram now. If you don't, only death awaits you." "I'll scram. I'll scram." As the first-generation ancestor of the dark race, how could this artifact spirit tolerate being controlled by Ling Xiao? However, he also knew that he simply couldn't match up to Ling Xiao with just this soul. Therefore, his only choice was to leave. "Ling Xiao, you are raising a tiger and inviting calamity. He won't be willing to let you take over his nest." The Yuan Venerate reminded him. "I know, but I still have to find a reason to destroy him. After all, he has never harmed me before. His sudden attack on me during the battle was also out of instinct. If he still intends to deal with me after I let him go, don't worry. I won't be merciful." Ling Xiao said faintly. "He might not have been weak in the past, but he doesn't even have a body now. If he wants to possess someone, the martialists he can choose from in the entire 8 Immortal Mountain are limited. In short, Master, don't worry. He won't be able to escape from my grasp, and he won't be able to create any big waves. Actually, Master, you should know that the main reason I let him go was because I didn't want to expend too much energy to destroy him. Even I have to admit that this artifact spirit is very powerful. After this battle, I'm afraid I will have to rest for more than 10 days or even dozens of days to recover. When that happens, will I still have the opportunity to comprehend martial arts? Will I still have the opportunity to save Ling Yan?" The last was Ling Zhao's real reason. Letting the artifact spirit go would be more beneficial to him than keeping him. Right now, he could be considered to be using the tiger's skin to intimidate others, and it was more like he was putting on airs. However, the artifact spirit was also a coward and had actually been frightened. Otherwise, he might not have lost if he had fought to the death. "You are indeed shrewd, kid. Hurry up and control this shadow black gourd and learn the shadow martial arts." The Yuan Venerate chuckled. "You are simply the most cunning monkey I've ever seen." Ling Xiao chuckled and began to concentrate on comprehending the shadow martial arts. The moment he calmed down, his surroundings changed abruptly. pitch-black figures appeared one after another. These silhouettes were cultivating in various postures, displaying different martial skills. I succeeded just like that? Ling Xiao felt that it was a little unbelievable. He had actually managed to comprehend something that others couldn't even comprehend after 20 days in less than 10 minutes. It felt a little like a dream. Don't doubt it. You have the black immortal sword in your hand and you even chased away that stingy artifact spirit. Therefore, you are now the master of the Shadow Black Gourd. All the martial arts inside will be presented to you. The Yuan Venerate laughed. Yes, that makes sense. However, Master, I heard from the Mountain Lord that he comprehended the shadow martial arts the most. Even so, he had only comprehended 4 moves. The first 2 moves are top-grade high-grade Jade martial arts. The third and fourth moves are low-grade top-grade Jade martial arts. However, how can the one I comprehended have 6 moves? The first 2 moves are the same. They are top-grade high-grade Jade martial arts. The third move is low-grade top-grade Jade martial arts, the fourth move is ordinary, the fifth move is good, and the sixth move is outstanding. Furthermore, there is a supplementary cultivation method that can increase the quality of my internal energy. This will make my already tyrannical internal energy even more terrifying. That's normal. As I said before, no one in the Dark Tribe has truly cultivated the shadow martial arts completely. What you have is the most complete. The Yuan Venerate laughed. Don't panic. Since you have obtained it, start cultivating. What's there to panic about? I'm more than happy. Although the remaining top-grade Jade martial arts are still difficult for me to cultivate with my current cultivation base, it won't be long. I will first master the first 2 moves. They are much more powerful than the Eastern Purple Chi Sword. Ling Zhao's face was full of confidence and pride. Chapter 2476. The martial techniques of the shadow martial arts were not specific to a specific weapon. They were universal. Every martial artist could use them according to their own style. Then, they could evolve them into the most suitable move. For example, Ling Xiao was good at using the sword. Then, he could comprehend this move as a sword move. The first and second moves were Sword Crying Mountain and Sword Split the Underworld. As the top higher Jade grade sword skills, these 2 moves would naturally be more powerful than the 2 moves of the Eastern Purple Chi Sword. With Ling Zhao's current cultivation, if he used the Black Immortal Sword and these 2 moves, he could even defeat a martial artist in the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Moreover, he was about to break through. Once he broke through, he would be invincible in the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao felt that his future was limitless and his confidence increased. Next, he began to cultivate the first 2 moves. Even if it was only at the initial level, he could still use them. Another day passed, and Ling Xiao cultivated Sword Crying Mountain to the proficient level, and Sword Rends the Underworld to the small success level. He tried to use the Black Immortal Sword and a mortal-grade spiritual weapon to perform these 2 moves. The difference in power was huge. From the looks of it, the stronger the weapon, the stronger the amplification of the moves. Fortunately, the Black Immortal Sword had already recognized him as its master. It could become his trump card again. Now, he had completely mastered the shadow martial arts. However, he could not return the Shadow Black Gourd. He still needed it to go to the 5th level of the Ghost's Prison to see Ling Yan. Whether or not he could save Ling Yan was another matter. He would not force it. After all, Ling Yan had been imprisoned there for a long time. Since the people of the 8 Immortals Mountain did not kill him, it meant that Ling Yan was still useful. If possible, he would naturally choose to save him when he was more confident and safer. If I want to be more confident, I have to be stronger and continue to cultivate. Although he was very anxious, Ling Xiao still calmed down and continued to cultivate. He had 20 days to use the gourd, so the Dark Ones wouldn't know that it had already recognized him as its master. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to think that he could become the leader of the Dark Race just because the gourd recognized him as its master. If he was really that stupid, he probably wouldn't be far from death. While controlling the dark shadow black gourd, he could raise his strength to a level that others would not dare to provoke. This was the true meaning of safety. Another 8 days passed. Exactly 10 days. Ling Xiao had already cultivated the Yin Mountain Sword Chime to the transformative state. Sword Ren the Underworld had been cultivated to the Great Circle. Not only that, during the battle with the Gemini martial spirits, his East Rising Purple Chi sword style had reached the transcendent stage. Since then, even though his cultivation level had not broken through, his battle prowess had increased by a large margin. Coupled with the Black Immortal Sword, he believed that he would be able to put up a fight even if he were to face a cultivator at the late stage of the 4th level of Hell. It's about time. It'll be too slow for me to improve any further. Next, it's time to go see Ling Yan. It's been more than 2 months since we parted at Yuhua Town. I really don't know how Ling Yan has been tortured by those bastards from the 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and sighed. He put away the Black Immortal Sword and walked out of the room. He Formless was sitting outside the courtyard. At this moment, he looked extremely exhausted. And there were terrifying scars on his body. He was an extremely powerful cultivator. How could he be injured? Ling Xiao couldn't understand what had happened these days. Boss, there have been experts harassing you these days. It seems like they don't want you to focus on your cultivation. These experts are all at the 6th level of the 6th level of Hell. Their strength is on par with Senior Wuxian. They've repeatedly attacked you, and they've been taking turns to fight you. It's been very tiring for Senior Wuxian. We can only watch, but we can't do anything. It's been hard. Lin Yang also came out of the room and poured out his grievances to Ling Xiao. What's the point of telling him? He needs to cultivate now, not think about these messy things. Yu Wuxian said helplessly. Ling Xiao, don't think too much. They can't kill me. Who did it? Ling Xiao asked coldly. He wanted to know who he should find for revenge. The Sand Clan Elder, Sword Clan Elder, and young Master Lin Yutian. Yu Wuxian looked at Ling Xiao and answered. Now that you know, what can you do? There should be another Dark Clan Elder. Why don't you say it? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, there's him. But even so, you can't do anything. Yu Wuxian wanted to tell Ling Xiao that it was meaningless to think about revenge now. Not only would it be a waste of energy, but it might also cost him his life. However, Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. When they came to harass me, they should have known how terrifying my revenge would be. Mountain Lord, you're right. I'm not their match. But I can still deal with the geniuses of the Sand Clan, Sword Clan, and Dark Clan. When the old made a mistake, the young had to pay for it. This was the natural order of things. He didn't believe that those elders would dare to casually kill a few more geniuses. Looking at the terrifying wounds on Yu Wuxian's body, Ling Xiao really wanted to kill him. I'll be right back. Before Dark Knight Formless could call out to him, Ling Xiao had already disappeared into the path ahead. In the Sand Clan's courtyard, a figure was quietly lying in ambush outside. He was quietly waiting for his prey to arrive. His figure was almost one with the surroundings, and it was hard to see him. Soon, a few inner disciples of the Sand Clan walked out. They were going to cultivate outside. After all, there were many places in the 8 Immortal Mountain that had better cultivation effects than hiding in the courtyard. These people's cultivation wasn't bad. They were all geniuses that the Sand Clan had nurtured. However, a gust of wind blew past. These people only saw a black shadow flash past, and then their heads fell to the ground. Screams rang out in the Sand Clan's courtyard. As for the black shadow, it disappeared without a trace. It didn't stop at all. Then, the same thing happened outside the Sword Clan and Dark Clan's courtyards. In the end, there were even casualties in the sect leader's residence. The 21 men of sacrifice that Lin Yutian had carefully selected and nurtured were all killed. Not a single one was left alive. All of this happened in the span of half an hour. For a moment, the entire 8 Immortal Mountain was in a state of panic. Ling Xiao had already returned to his courtyard. He didn't have the ability to face the enemy head-on, But assassinations were easy for him. The Sand Clan, Sword Clan, Dark Clan, and young Master Lin Yutian couldn't guess who had done it. Although they had targeted the High Heaven courtyard, they couldn't guess. Although they had targeted Lin Yutian's courtyard, it could have been an external enemy, such as the Heavenly Wind Group. After all, similar things had happened in the past few years. Of course, Ling Xiao was the most suspicious. However, they didn't have any evidence. Without evidence, they would be inciting internal strife in the Eight Immortal Mountain. Chapter 2477. Some suspected that Ling Xiao was the culprit behind the deaths of the geniuses. However, the Dark Ones didn't think it was possible. Ling Xiao should be concentrating on comprehending the shadow martial arts. Why would he suddenly come out to kill people? First of all, there was no evidence. Second of all, it didn't make any sense. In any case, no one would have expected Ling Xiao to use only 10 minutes to comprehend the complete version of the dark shadow martial arts. Furthermore, he used about 10 days to cultivate the two secret techniques to the Perfection Realm and Perfection Realm. Therefore, the matter was left unsettled. During these few assassinations, Ling Xiao had also perfectly honed his martial techniques. This allowed his originally unstable cultivation level to become even more stable. It was killing two birds with one stone. The next thing he needed to do was to go to the 5th floor of the ghost prison and meet up with Ling Yin. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao applied to No Light in the night for permission to go to the 5th floor of the ghost prison. His excuse was that he couldn't learn the shadow arts outside and needed to try it out in the special environment of the 5th floor. No Light in the night didn't object. The Dark Ones wanted to object, but they had no reason to. Therefore, they could only agree. "Brother Ling Xiao, the elder wants to see you." Just as Ling Xiao walked out of No Light in the night's residence, a man appeared in front of Ling Xiao and greeted him respectfully. Ling Xiao's reputation in the Dark Ones had skyrocketed. He was the 4th genius after Dark King, and Dark King. Therefore, when the others saw him, they had to address him as senior brother, and they had to be extremely respectful. "Elder, why are you looking for me?" Ling Xiao was puzzled. The elder's nose was quite sharp. He had only come to No Light in the knight's residence, and he had already been discovered. "I don't know." The man shook his head. "Fine. Lead the way." Ling Xiao didn't want to offend the elder yet. If the elder wanted to see him, he would have to go. The peak of the dark mountain range was a beautiful place. It was also the best place to cultivate. Everyone knew that only the clan elders and the 3 geniuses of the clan had the qualifications to go there. Ling Xiao was heading to the peak of the dark mountain range. Because of how precious the place was, he didn't suspect anything. He followed the martial artist up the mountain. However, just as he was about to reach the peak, Ling Xiao sensed something was wrong. He grabbed the martial artist's neck and asked coldly, "Tell me, is it really the elder who wants to see me?" His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent, as if he would twist this fellow's head off at the slightest disagreement. It's really the elder." That cultivator was so scared that his whole body trembled as he hurriedly said, "Crack!" The martial artist's arm broke. His scream echoed through the mountain range. Ling Xiao said coldly, "I'm not going to waste my breath on you. This time it's your arm that's broken. Next time it'll be your neck." The martial artist was terrified by Ling Xiao's ferocious methods. "It's not the elder. It's the young master of Dark Gold." "Dark Gold? What does he want from me?" Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, but he knew that the other party was telling the truth this time. "I don't know. The Dark Gold young master only said that he wanted to lure you to the top of the dark mountain range. He didn't say anything else." The martial artist hurriedly explained. "Humph. He wants to kill me?" Ling Xiao snorted. He knew it was a trap, but his interest was piqued. This Dark Gold was Dark Flower's son. This pair of mother and son were not good people. He wanted to find an excuse to deal with this guy, but he didn't expect him to deliver himself to his doorstep. Ling Xiao's cultivation was close to a breakthrough. This dark gold might be the key to his breakthrough this time. Wouldn't it be a pity if he didn't go? With a sneer, he casually threw the cultivator down the cliff. Whether you live or not will depend on your luck. I'll be merciful today. Then he walked straight to the peak of the dark mountain range. No one knew he had mastered the first two moves of the dark shadow martial arts. No one knew he had a divine grade spirit weapon in his hand, the black immortal sword. The grade of this sword wasn't inferior to the sword race's treasures. If he took it out, it would definitely surprise them. At the peak of the mountain range, dark gold was hiding in the dark, waiting for Ling Xiao's arrival. Dozens of death warriors were lying in ambush around him. They were all trained by Dark Flower. In the Dark Tribe, every elder would train a group of death warriors for themselves. They would be useful at critical times. These death warriors were all at the pinnacle of the 4th level of hell. Although they were only ordinary martial artists, their cultivation was equivalent to the peak of the 3rd level of hell. Ling Xiao had defeated Infatian, but he was only at this level. He had no chance of winning against dozens of people. Moreover, dark gold was at the peak of the 4th level of hell. What could Ling Xiao use to fight them? There was another person at the peak of the mountain range. This face was unfamiliar. In any case, Ling Xiao had never seen it before. It was a woman, and she was extremely beautiful. She gave off the feeling of an otherworldly fairy. She was the woman young Master Lin Yueqian liked. Her name was Qing Ling. Qing Ling's cultivation wasn't very strong, but she was at the late stage of the 4th level of hell. She was close to dark gold. Qing Ling stood at the peak, looking at the scenery around her. She danced elegantly, causing the people lying in ambush to be tempted. Young Master Dark Gold, this woman is too tempting. Someone next to him said, drooling. You want to touch her? Think about the young master. She is his woman. Even if her cultivation isn't very strong, you can't touch her. Even I don't dare. Dark Gold sneered. He was also lustful and liked beautiful women. However, he didn't dare to have any greed for Qing Ling. The young master was too scary. He couldn't afford to offend him. Hearing Dark Gold's words, the people lying in ambush calmed down. They felt a chill in their hearts. They weren't lustful anymore. In the past, someone who had looked at Qing Ling was chopped up and fed to the dogs by the young master. He was a very domineering person. They waited quietly. A figure finally walked up from the bottom of the mountain, causing Dark Gold to reveal a cold smile. Ling Xiao was here! He had fallen into his trap. If that was the case, this brat would have no chance of surviving. Dark Gold sneered in his heart, but he wasn't in a hurry. He was still waiting for the most critical moment. When Ling Xiao saw that beautiful girl, he could not help being stunned for a moment. There was no shortage of beauties in the mystic world. The woman in front of him was as beautiful as the Moon Maiden. Chapter 2478. At that moment, Ling Xiao even mistakenly thought that he had seen the woman of his dreams. But at that moment, his heart turned cold. No matter how perfect a woman's disguise was, it couldn't hide the ugliness in her heart. From this woman's almost perfect appearance, he could see a sinister black aura. Others might not be able to see it, but Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi eye. In an instant, he lost all interest in this woman. Where is Dark Gold? He asked calmly. He believed that the martial artist who led him here wasn't lying, and that this woman was with Dark Gold. I've heard that young Master Ling doesn't get close to women, and that you're mighty. Why don't you have a few drinks with Qing Ling and have a chat? Why do you want to talk about Dark Gold? Qing Ling said with a smile. Of course. Ling Xiao laughed inwardly. Let's see what this vixen wants to do. Although he didn't know what method Dark Gold had used to hide from his soul search, he didn't know what method Dark Gold had used. But so what? He wanted to see what these bastards were going to do to him. He was also skilled and bold. He knew that others were plotting against him, but he didn't care at all. He sat down at the stone table, picked up the wine on the table, and drank it. The wine tasted good. Ling Xiao didn't like to drink, but this wine really made him forget to leave. Young master, drink, Qing Ling will dance for you. Qing Ling smiled and started to dance without waiting for Ling Xiao's reply. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that he couldn't move, as if he was trapped by something. What's going on? Ling Xiao asked nervously. Hee, sorry young master Ling, Dark Knight Formless recent actions angered the young master. So he ordered Qing Ling to work with Dark Gold to kill you. Qing Ling chuckled. Young master, you haven't heard of a secret technique called intoxication, right? Qing Ling knows it. As long as you're within 10 meters of me, you won't be able to escape. Everything you do will be under my control. What are you trying to do? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. Young master will find out soon. Qing Ling smiled seductively, and then Ling Xiao felt himself pouncing on her involuntarily. Rip! The sound of clothes tearing could be heard. It was Qing Ling who had controlled Ling Xiao to tear his clothes. Then, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Help! At this moment, Dark Gold and the others, who had been hiding in the dark, finally jumped out. How dare you, Ling Xiao! How dare you flirt with the young sect master's woman? You must be tired of living! Dark Gold looked at Ling Xiao righteously, like a cat toying with a mouse. Dark Gold young master, you came at the right time. This lecher actually wants to do that to me. Qing Ling hurriedly ran behind Dark Gold and pretended to be frightened. At this moment, Ling Xiao understood everything. Although this kind of framing was very old-fashioned, it was very effective. Because no matter whether Ling Xiao did it or not, as long as others believed it, he could not escape punishment. It was really insidious. Little girl, do you know the consequences of framing me? Ling Xiao said coldly. Hee, Qing Ling is so scared. I'm afraid that Dark Gold young master will take you directly to the Patriarch to be punished. Your life is over. Qing Ling chuckled, looking very pleased with herself. Of course, you have another choice, and that is to agree to fight with me in the arena of life and death. As long as you win, you can escape punishment. Dark Gold added. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao in front of everyone. Only then would he be able to vent the resentment in his heart. Only then could he attack Dark Gold young master. If he killed Ling Xiao here, it would be letting this brat off too lightly. Are you serious? Ling Xiao asked. Of course, I'm serious. Don't tell me that you want to say that your cultivation is not as good as mine. Dark Gold sneered. You're just a prisoner now. You have no right to refuse. Well, I agree to fight with you in the arena of life and death. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth raised into a sneer. Since Dark Gold was courting death, he could test the power of the new black immortal sword. You agree? Dark Gold was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but laugh. It seems that you have no other choice. Miss Qing Ling, let him go. I will avenge you. In the arena of life and death. They designed such a trap to force Ling Xiao to agree to fight with him in the arena of life and death. But why did they waste time like this? If they directly asked Ling Xiao would certainly agree. Dark Gold young master, you should be careful. Didn't Ling Xiao get the Dark Shadow Gourd? It's been 10 days. Aren't you afraid that he will learn something? Qing Ling said with a smile. She had no enmity with Ling Xiao. She was just following the orders of Lin Yutian. She didn't have any opinion on how Dark Gold killed Ling Xiao. She just casually reminded him. Don't worry, Miss Qing Ling. My sister and Ming took 18 days to learn the Dark Shadow Gourd. Hai Wuzuan took 20 days. I didn't learn it at all. So I chose another martial art from the Dark Shadow Gourd. Do you think Ling Xiao has the ability to do that? Dark Gold said with disdain. In his opinion, now was the best chance to deal with Ling Xiao. Once he missed this opportunity, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with Ling Xiao in the future. Take him to the arena of life and death. Dark Gold looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said to the people beside him. He brought so many people because he was afraid that Ling Xiao would resist. He didn't expect Qing Ling's enchantment to be so powerful that Ling Xiao would fall for it. Now it would save him a lot of trouble. No need, I can walk on my own. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up from the ground and looked at Qing Ling contemptuously. Don't think that just because you're the young sect master's woman, I won't dare to kill you. What bullshit infatuation. In front of this young master, it's not even worth mentioning. If something like this happens again, I'll definitely take your life, you filthy woman with a beautiful appearance but an ugly heart. You dare to scold me? Qing Ling hated it when people called her ugly. She suddenly used bewitching heart again, wanting to control Ling Xiao. However, a wolf shadow flashed and Ling Xiao pounced on her. If dark gold didn't help, Qing Ling would have been miserable. Your 1,000-mile wolf might be arrogant in Enfagian's place, but it's not worth mentioning in front of me. Save your strength for the arena. Dark Gold looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. After defeating Ling Xiao this time, he was more confident in the arena. He didn't know that Ling Xiao was deliberately confusing him. At this time, Qing Ling was a little confused. Although her cultivation was not weak, she had put all her effort into cultivating this intoxication. Chapter 2479. Why? Why did you ignore my enchantment? Qing Ling was terrified and flustered. This was because she was most proficient in the intoxication mystic technique. Once it was broken, she would not even be able to defeat a martial artist at the 3rd level of hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. She didn't bother learning other martial arts because enchantment was more than enough to deal with her enemies. Lin Yuetian was the only one she had ever feared. That was why she had given herself to him. She believed that no one would ever dare to bully her again. However, Ling Xiao had ignored her enchantment. How could she remain calm? Calm down? Miss Qing Ling, there's no need to worry. Ling Xiao won't live past today. Dark Gold comforted her. He'll die in the arena of life and death. Fine. If you kill him, I'll fulfill one of your wishes. Qing Ling looked at Dark Gold. She was confident that Dark Gold could kill Ling Xiao. She couldn't see any reason for him to fail. Listen up, Ling Xiao. We'll fight in the Dark Clan's arena of life and death in an hour. I don't care who you call to cheer you on. If you don't make it in the hour, I'll tell the young lord about you flirting with Miss Qing Ling. You'll die a horrible death and bring shame to your lord Yi Yi. Dark Gold was worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't make it. He thought he could threaten Ling Xiao. In truth, Ling Xiao had no intention of running away. Both sides returned to their respective residences. In order to humiliate Ling Xiao, Dark Gold notified all the Dark Clan members he could. If not for the fact that he wanted to defeat Ling Xiao in front of everyone, Dark Gold wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Within an hour, the Dark Clan's arena of life and death was surrounded by a large crowd of warriors. Almost every Dark Clan member was present. Ling Xiao was a famous figure and Dark Gold was one of the 3 great geniuses of the Dark Clan. A fight between the two would be very influential. The arena of life and death wasn't a fixed arena. As long as a life and death contract was signed, then a one-on-one duel could be called a life and death duel. The arena where they fought could be called the arena of life and death. The surroundings of the arena were already filled with people according to their status. Although there were no seats, these cultivators did not mind. The Dark One's elders, chief elders, and elders were all present. This elder was truly curious. With Ling Xiao's cultivation, how could he dare to engage in a life and death battle with Dark Gold? As the leader of the Dark Ones, Nightwalker was there as well. When he heard the news, he was ecstatic. His son, Unveil, had been crippled. From now on, he would not be able to improve his cultivation. At the time of the battle, he had attacked out of anger, but was stopped by Dark Knight Formless. Today, he wanted to see Ling Xiao get killed even more. Hidden Flower naturally wouldn't miss this good show. She knew the whole story. She knew that Ling Xiao had no choice but to agree to this life and death duel, so she felt very satisfied. The 2 geniuses, and Ming and Hai Wuzuan, naturally wouldn't be absent from this life and death battle. Sister Ming, what do you think? Hai Wuzuan looked at Ming and asked. As a genius of the Dark Ones, Hai Wuzuan loved Ming deeply. Perhaps it was because he wanted to follow in Ming's footsteps that his strength was always close to Ming's. He didn't care about Ling Xiao, but Jin was Ming's cousin, so he still had to care about him. It's just a battle of strength. What's there to worry about? Do you think Ming is that idiot in Fei Tian? And Ming looked at Ling Xiao with disdain, then sneered. I don't know why this idiot agreed to come to this life and death battle with my cousin, but he's dead for sure. Great minds think alike. Hai Wuzuan nodded in agreement. Second brother, is your disciple's brain okay? A life and death battle with Ming? Is he courting death? Or did he become stupid from comprehending the dark shadow martial arts? No Light in the Night angrily walked to Dark Knight Formless and asked. He couldn't believe that Ling Xiao would be so stupid to agree to this life and death battle. There was clearly a great disparity in strength, but he insisted on fighting. If there wasn't something wrong with his brain, then the other party had something on him. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao had any chance of winning. Don't ask me. I don't know either. Dark Knight Formless sighed. He was still confused as to why Ling Xiao would suddenly agree to a life and death battle with Ming. However, he was different from No Light in the Night. He believed that his disciple wouldn't act recklessly. Since he chose this battle, he must be confident. Dark Knight Formless. This is a life and death battle. I believe you won't interfere today, right? According to the rules, even if one side dies in a life and death battle, the other side doesn't have to take any responsibility. You've always protected Ling Xiao. You won't break this rule today, right? Hidden Flower had always wanted to mock Dark Knight Formless because she had been defeated by him too many times. Now that she finally had the chance, how could she not speak up? Before Dark Knight Formless could speak, a domineering figure suddenly tore open the void and walked out. He was wearing a suit of black armor and looked extremely mighty and domineering. Greetings, young sect master! Everyone saw that this young man who wasn't even 20 years old was actually the most outstanding genius of 8 Immortal Mountain, young sect master Lin Yuetian. They hurriedly bowed. Elder Hidden Flower, don't worry. This young sect master will preside over this life and death battle today. Let's see who dares to interfere. When Lin Yuetian said this, he intentionally glanced at Dark Knight Formless as if warning him. With young sect master in charge, Hidden Flower can rest assured. Hidden Flower said excitedly. I'm just afraid that when Ming is defeated, there will be people who will frantically try to stop Ling Xiao from killing him. Dark Knight Formless snorted. You can rest assured about this. This young sect master swears on his face that if anyone dares to interfere, this young sect master will personally stop them. Lin Yuetian said indifferently. He was just casually saying this because he couldn't see how Ling Xiao could defeat Ming. Sighs, second brother, I'm afraid that Ling Xiao is really in trouble this time. No Light in the Night sighed and said, this child should really suffer more setbacks. You usually spoil him too much, that's why he did such a stupid thing today. Dark Knight Formless didn't say anything. He firmly believed in his own opinion. Ling Xiao never did things without a goal in mind. Stop arguing. This young sect master will personally preside over today's life and death battle. Are the two of you ready? Lin Yuetian looked at the two people standing on both sides of the stage and asked loudly. Yes. The two of them said almost at the same time. And Ming had already thought about how to deal with Ling Xiao. Chapter 2480. Dark Gold had once used the Shadow Black Gourd to comprehend a top-tier Jade Grade martial skill. Although he didn't comprehend a top-tier Jade Grade martial skill, it was already the strongest martial skill in the entire Dark Clan. On top of that, his cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. Even if he didn't use the two martial skills, he could still easily kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, he felt that this battle was under his control. He could toy with Ling Xiao like a cat toying with a mouse. He could deal a double blow to Ling Xiao, both physically and mentally. In the end, he would kill this guy. He would let Ling Xiao die in pain and suffering. Therefore, he was anxious to start the battle. As for Ling Xiao, he urgently needed to fight Dark Gold to help him break through his cultivation. Moreover, the Shadow Martial skills needed to be adjusted and modified in the real battle. Therefore, he wanted to start the battle as soon as possible. Elder, do you think Ling Xiao has already comprehended the Shadow Martial skills? Is that why he dares to be so presumptuous? An old martial artist asked. Ha ha, how is that possible? You should know that it took Dark Gold 19 days to comprehend the Shadow Martial skills. Even the fastest one, Dark Knight, took 17 days. It's only been 10 days. Do you think Ling Xiao can comprehend it? Even if he did, he's just a beginner. The Shadow Martial skills won't have much combat power. He won't be able to help at all. The elder thought that the question was ridiculous, but he still answered it. Ling Xiao heard the discussion below. A disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He really didn't know what kind of expression the people who were mocking him would have if he used the Shadow Martial arts. It would be very interesting. Ling Xiao, I won't bully you today. Since your cultivation is weak, I'll let you have 3 moves. After 3 moves, it will be your death. Dark Gold wanted to show that he was fair. He wanted to defeat Ling Xiao without looking like he was bullying the weak. That was why he had decided to let Zhang Xian make 3 moves first. Dark Gold, I won't bully you. Today, I'll let you have 3 moves. After that, it won't be too late to kill you. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually say almost the same thing? Stinking brat, you don't know what's good for you. Looks like you're really courting death. Dark Gold was instantly enraged. Dark Gold, young master, why bother with someone with a mental problem? Since he gave you 3 moves, then let him have his way. Below the stage, someone shouted loudly. That's right. There's no point in getting angry with that kind of idiot. Someone else said. Obviously, this was Dark Gold's home ground. Almost 90% of the people supported Dark Gold. Even those who had been bullied and humiliated by Dark Gold were supporting Dark Gold. These guys didn't want to see Ling Xiao win. Because if Ling Xiao won, wouldn't that mean that they were inferior to trash like Ling Xiao? They could be crushed and humiliated by Dark Gold, but they couldn't be surpassed by Ling Xiao. Alright, since you want to let me have 3 moves, then I won't hold back. I'll kill you in 1 move! Dark Gold sneered. Since his opponent was courting death, there was no need for him to hold back. With a wave of his hand, a long black sword appeared in his hand. Ling Xiao had seen this sword before. It was the Black Qilin sword in Feiqian's hand. An immortal-grade spiritual weapon! And Feiqian was crippled, so Dark Gold got his hands on this sword. He didn't care about the difference in strength between him and Ling Xiao. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao in 1 move today. If he couldn't kill him, then he would be embarrassed. Black Qilin Strangle, 9 snakes! This was a move that Feiqian had used before. However, when Dark Gold used it, its power was 10 times more terrifying. 9 sword shadows turned into 9 black snakes and attacked Ling Xiao. Almost everyone thought that Ling Xiao would choose to use the 1,000-mile wolf to dodge the attack. This was because Ling Xiao had fought Feiqian in this way before. However, to their surprise, Ling Xiao didn't do that at all. With a shake of the long sword in his hand, Ling Xiao didn't retreat or dodge. Instead, he went up to meet the attack. His body instantly entered the black-striped flying tiger transformation state. This was his most powerful beast soul transformation. He didn't dare to be careless when dealing with Dark Gold. Otherwise, he might get himself killed if he wasn't careful. Is that a new transformation? I've never heard of a beast warrior having so many transformations. This kid really makes my eyes light up every time he fights. But even if it's a new transformation, he can't win. That's right. Dark Gold's cultivation is too strong. The gap between them is too big. While the crowd was discussing, Ling Xiao had already stabbed out with his sword. Eastern Purple Chi Sword, 1 sword to the west. Transformative state. The Western Demise, which had reached the transformative state, was extremely powerful. The giant purple sword fiercely collided with the 9 black snake shadows. Then, there was a terrible explosion. Ling Xiao was sent flying. He somersaulted a few times in the arena and almost fell off. Dark Gold, on the other hand, was unscathed. Even so, he wasn't happy at all. He didn't die? He was very surprised. When Ling Xiao faced Infatian, he chose to use Wolf Walk 1,000 miles to avoid Black Qilin's strangulation. However, when facing him, he chose to meet force with force. Was he looking down on him? It's one move! Ling Xiao stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Dark Gold coldly. He could feel that the power in his body had torn a small hole in the barrier of breakthrough under the external impact. One more time and he might be able to break through. Continue! Ling Xiao hooked his finger at Dark Gold and said, Don't be like a girl. Your attack is too weak. It's even worse than that trash Infatian. Provocation. This was definitely a provocation. Dark Gold's face darkened. At this moment, the outside of the arena suddenly quieted down. No one had expected Ling Xiao to be able to stand up after taking Dark Gold's attack as if nothing had happened. This was simply impossible. Die! Black Qilin strangulation, 24 snakes! Dark Gold felt like he was going crazy. He was so angry that he formed 24 terrifying black snake shadows. His internal energy was much stronger than Infatian's anyway. Even if he only had 24 snake shadows, he could still control them. Ling Xiao, don't do anything stupid. Your wolf walk 1,000 miles is not for show. This time, even Yi Wuxing was a little worried. He didn't understand why Ling Xiao was so determined to take the attack head-on. However, Ling Xiao was not an obedient child. The black-striped flying tiger's body began to crackle with lightning. Ling Xiao threw away the broken sword in his hand and picked up another one. Eastern Purple Chi Sword, one strike destruction. Transcendent state. Dark Gold's attack was more powerful, and so was Ling Yao's. Chapter 2481. Both sides clashed once again. Ling Xiao was sent flying again. He grabbed onto the pillar of the arena and flew back. However, he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Still not dead? Although Ling Xiao looked a little embarrassed. But he still stood there steadily. Although there were many wounds on his body from the sword qi, he was still not dead. Impossible! Dark Gold felt like he was going crazy. Could it be that he couldn't win even if his opponent gave him 3 moves? Nothing is impossible. It's not that I'm too strong, it's that you're too weak. Ling Xiao laughed. He was very happy because he finally had a breakthrough in his cultivation after risking his life twice. He was at the early stage of the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. With this cultivation, if he used the Black Immortal Sword, Dark Gold wouldn't have a problem. However, he was a man of his words. He would give his opponent another move. This would also torture his opponent's little heart. It's been 2 moves. You still have one last chance to win. Ling Xiao looked at Dark Gold indifferently and said with a smile, Why are you so arrogant? You're just better at taking hits than the average person. Since that's the case, I can only use the martial arts I comprehended from the Shadow Black Gourd to deal with you. I'll let you know what despair is. Dark Gold couldn't stand being mocked. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao in 3 moves, he would definitely become a laughingstock. That was something he couldn't accept no matter what. Therefore, he had to kill Ling Xiao in this last move. In order to kill Ling Xiao, he even used the Shadow Witcher. Except for his right hand, his entire body entered the Shadow Witcher state. Let's see if you can survive this. Shadow Martial Arts, the first move, Sword Crying Mountain. They both used swords. Therefore, the Shadow Martial Arts that Dark Gold comprehended were exactly the same as Ling Xiao's. Of course, he only comprehended 1 move. Compared to Ling Xiao's 6 moves, it was like heaven and earth. Ling Xiao, be careful. Don't be careless. It should be said that an ordinary high-grade Jade-grade martial skill would not be able to compare to the 2 forms of the Dark Shadow martial skill. Even in the highest grade, these 2 styles were the most powerful. With Dark Gold using Shadow Witchers, Dark Knight Formless could no longer remain calm. However, Ling Xiao just looked at Dark Gold indifferently. He was calm and even a little indifferent. The same common grade spiritual artifact longsword and the same second style of the Eastern Purple Chi sword, Sword Annihilation. However, the terrifying power that suddenly erupted shocked everyone to the core. Early stage of the 4th level of Hell in Yin Yang realm? When did this guy break through? The Dark Elder's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. The Ling Xiao in front of him had once again given him a huge shock. Boom! The roar was heard under everyone's shocked gazes. This time, Ling Xiao only took one step back. Dark Gold took half a step back. Ling Xiao's Dark Gold attacks were already at their strongest, but Ling Xiao was even more relaxed now. Is this the Dark Shadow martial skill you've comprehended? You're a disgrace to the Dark Shadow martial skill. Ling Xiao threw away the broken longsword in his hand in disdain. He looked at the stunned Dark Gold and said, "It's been 3 moves and I haven't attacked. I've only been defending. Now it's time for me to send you on your way. I'll let you see what a true Dark Shadow martial skill is." What? Ling Xiao's words were even more shocking than the breakthrough in his cultivation. Impossible. It's only been 10 days. How can he comprehend the Dark Shadow martial skill? Dark Knight and Dark Knight Formless could not believe this. However, whether they believed it or not, Ling Xiao slowly took out a sword from his storage ring. It was a black sword. It was as shiny as the black Qilin sword. However, it was filled with an aura that was even more terrifying than the black Qilin sword. This was the Black Immortal Sword formed by the Dark Immortal Sword painting. A divine-grade spiritual artifact sword. Originally, Ling Xiao did not plan to use this sword. However, Dark Gold was not weak. If he did not use the Black Immortal Sword, it would be difficult for him to defeat his opponent. One had to know that Dark Gold had not completely transformed into a Dark Shadow Demon Hunter. If he did, Ling Xiao would not be able to defeat his opponent with just a normal mortal-grade spiritual artifact longsword. He held the Black Immortal Sword in his hand and pointed the tip at Dark Gold. A dark aura was released from the tip of the sword. It was as if everyone saw a black sword immortal. His whole body was covered in a black robe and he released a powerful sword intent. This sword will, with Ling Xiao as the center, actually burst out. Divine-grade spiritual artifact. Nightwalker shouted in horror. No one would have thought that Ling Xiao actually still had such a terrifying trump card. Everyone was stunned. That was a divine-grade spiritual artifact. It was on the same level as the 8 Great Families clan treasures. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he really comprehended the Dark Shadow martial skill in 10 days? Dark Flower felt her body trembling. The scene in front of her was so shocking that her brain could not think. She was completely stunned. If Ling Xiao was able to comprehend the shadow martial arts within 10 days and cultivate it to the point where he could fight, then he would definitely be able to do so. Then wouldn't Ling Xiao's talent be that of a legendary divine-grade genius? Even on the Black Tortoise continent, such a genius had never appeared. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That was impossible. He must be bluffing, he must be. No matter how crazy Dark Flower was. No matter how much those people did not dare to believe it. The Black Immortal Sword in Ling Xiao's hand had already begun to condense a sinister sword intent. A blurry silhouette of a mountain loomed in the void. This was the special effect of Sword Chiming Mountain. This time, Dark Flower was in complete despair. Dark Knight and Dark Knight Wuzuan felt their hearts trembling violently. One of them used 19 days and the other 20 days to comprehend the Dark Shadow martial skill's 3 forms and 2 forms respectively. This Ling Xiao was actually so much stronger than them? And this Ling Xiao did not even have the Dark Clan's bloodline. How did he do it? Ling Xiao did not care about those people's surprised or jealous gazes. He was only preparing his move. His opponent, Dark Gold, had no choice but to give his consciousness to the Dark Shadow Witcher. Because he did not have the confidence to block Ling Xiao's attack with his own strength. The moment the Dark Shadow Witcher appeared, Ling Xiao's sword light had already arrived. It was like a roaring black tiger that had come back to life. It ferociously attacked Dark Gold. The black immortal sword let out a shocking sound, like a ghost's wail and a wolf's howl from the underworld. It caused people's fighting spirit to decrease and their hearts to be filled with fear. Dark Shadow Martial Skill, First Form, Sword Chiming Mountain. Proficient. Ling Xiao did not completely reveal what he had learned. Because at this moment, Dark Gold had given his consciousness to the Dark Shadow Witcher, but the Dark Shadow Witcher was also intimidated by the Black Immortal Sword's terrifying sword intent. Chapter 2482. Under everyone's shocked gazes. The roaring black tiger pounced on Dark Gold. Although the tiger was formed from sword energy, it looked so real and lifelike. Shadow Martial Arts First Style, Sword Chiming Mountain. Master! The explosive sword move exploded in the void. A terrifying aura bloomed. At that moment, Dark Gold's soul, hidden deep within the Shadow Witcher demon, trembled violently. He saw death. He saw despair. That invincible sharpness, he actually clearly felt that it was impossible for him to resist. Not even the Shadow Witcher demon. No! I don't want to die. I can't die at the hands of such a piece of trash. Being killed by Ling Xiao was something he had never thought of in his life. He had lost the courage to fight. Even the Shadow Witcher couldn't make any moves to attack out of fear. Young Sect Master, quickly stop this battle! Nightwalker yelled. And Fei Tian had been crippled. If Dark Gold was killed as well, then the only geniuses he had nurtured would be An Ming and Hai Wuzun. Moreover, An Fei Tian and Dark Gold were related to him by blood. He could not allow Ling Xiao to kill them. Lin Yuetian was stunned. Soon after, his expression became extremely gloomy. He looked at Nightwalker coldly. A strange look flashed across his eyes. Nightwalker immediately understood what he meant. Lin Yuetian wanted to stop Ling Xiao, but he did not want others to think that he did not keep his word. He wanted Nightwalker to do it himself. As Nightwalker thought of this, he rushed into the arena of life and death. He did not care whether it was fair or not. And Fei Tian had been crippled. He could not let anything happen to Dark Gold. Hai Wuzun tried to stop him, but he was stopped by the Dark Tribe Elder. Wuzun, let's forgive and forget. We admit that Dark Gold has lost. Let's leave it at that. He did not want Dark Gold to die. Although he couldn't accept such an outcome, he couldn't do anything other than save Dark Gold's life in front of so many people. At that moment, Nightwalker had already reached the arena of life and death. An expert was an expert after all. He was able to block Ling Xiao's terrifying attack with just one hand. At the same time, Dark Gold had recovered from his Shadow Witcher state. Kneeling on the arena, he seemed to have lost his mind and was scared silly. Even below, there was a pool of wet traces. Nightwalker sighed. Even if he could save Dark Gold's life, Dark Gold would be terrified of Ling Xiao in the future. He would never be a threat to Ling Xiao again. You bastard! How could you be so ruthless? You're also a member of the Dark Clan, but you didn't show any mercy. At this time, Hidden Flower also jumped onto the arena of life and death and cursed at Ling Xiao. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I'll make sure you die. I'll kill you. Hee, I'm ruthless? You old hag, is your brain not working well anymore? For the first 3 moves I gave way to him. Only this last move was blocked by our unruly patriarch. Now you're saying I'm ruthless? I can only say that your son is as cowardly as a mouse. He'll turn into a fool after being scared a little. Ling Xiao looked at Hidden Flower with disdain. He was completely fearless. Although Nightwalker was blocked, he still had other things to rely on. If Nightwalker was simply Nightwalker, he wouldn't have acted so forcefully. You're courting death. Hidden Flower didn't waste any more words. He burst out with a shocking aura and charged toward Ling Xiao. You've already suffered, yet you still don't know what's good for you? Ling Xiao was about to let the Divine Grimoire attack. But at that moment, a figure blocked Hidden Flower's path. Enough. Letting you save dark gold is my benevolence. I can't bear to see a genius fall. But if you want to kill Ling Xiao, I can't agree. The one who blocked Hidden Flower was Lin Yuetian. He didn't make a move. Instead, he simply used his aura to block Hidden Flower, making him unable to move at all. We'll listen to young sect master's orders. Hidden Flower and Hidden Nightwalker bowed at the same time. Even if they were dissatisfied, they had to hold it in. They also had to thank the young sect master for letting them save dark gold. After all, even if one's mind was stimulated, there was still a chance to recover. Once a person died, there was nothing left. Lin Yuetian nodded slightly, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, it's just a spar between fellow sect members. Although it's called a life and death duel, you still have to be lenient whenever possible. For the sake of this young lord's face, how about you let this matter go? Your face? Your face is worthless in my eyes. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to speak carelessly in front of Lin Yuetian, no matter how arrogant he was. Unfortunately, they were all wrong. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Yuetian coldly, not giving him any face. I wonder which shameless fellow swore on his own face. Since you're so shameless, why don't you give me face? Do you still want me to give you face? Idiot! If I was the one who was killed by dark gold, you wouldn't even fart, right? Remember, if you want others to respect you and give you face, you have to respect others first. Since this is a life and death duel, dark gold must die. No matter who tries to stop you, it's useless. Lin Yuetian's expression was extremely awkward and ugly. He thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to not give him face if he stepped in to mediate. Unfortunately, he was wrong. If it was someone else, they might have been able to do so. However, Ling Xiao was different. He enunciated each word clearly. With this young master here, can you kill him? 1,000-mile wolf pack attack. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more words with Lin Yuetian. He suddenly used the 1,000-mile wolf pack and turned into 81 wolf shadows. Lin Yuetian's face darkened as he stomped his foot. A crazy amount of energy exploded on the stage. Ling Zhao's 81 wolf silhouettes actually all disappeared. Ling Zhao's real body was also exposed. He was blocked by Dark Night Walker again. Kid, I have given you face, but you don't know how to appreciate it. Arrogance will get you killed. Lin Yuetian looked at Ling Xiao coldly and arrogantly. Suddenly, his expression changed. That was because he saw the kneeling Dark Gold being suddenly beheaded. Dark Gold's head fell onto the stage and blood gushed out. Lin Yuetian's arrogance and indifference were replaced by embarrassment and disbelief. He didn't even know how Ling Xiao killed Dark Gold. His sword chime of the Eden Mountain must have reached the transcendent state. The Dark Tribe elder answered the question with a surprised look on his face. The Eden Mountain sword cry of the transformative state has a terrifying special effect, which is that it will not only cause damage to the physical body. It can also store the sword chi in the soul and unleash it later. The Dark Folk Elder couldn't believe his own ears. He reached the level of transcendent sword cry in 10 days? Is this kid a god? Chapter 2483. Haha, I'm sorry, young sect master. The 1,000-Li wolf was just a cover. Otherwise, with your observation skills, you would have discovered the hidden sword chi. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Lin Yuetian mockingly. Since it was a battle of life and death, there had to be a winner. Otherwise, it would be child's play. Sect master, let's go back. Ling Xiao actually hoped that Lin Yuetian would attack. That way, he could use the Butterfly Lady and the Divine Grimoire to injure him. If that happened, who would dare to find trouble with him? But if Lin Yuetian didn't attack, he had no reason to either. However, Ling Xiao didn't know that. Seeing him and Yu wishing leave, Lin Yuetian's heart was filled with killing intent. He was the young sect master. If he wanted to find a reason to kill Ling Xiao, it would be easy. This time, he would let Ling Xiao live for the time being. Very soon, the revenge would begin. Not only would Ling Xiao die, but Yu Wishing would also die. Lin Yuetian was basically the next sect master of the 8 Immortal Mountain. He couldn't tolerate Yu Wuxing's existence. Not only did Yu Wuxing not listen to his orders, but he even dared to protect Ling Xiao and become his enemy. Back in the courtyard, Dark Knight Formless looked at Ling Xiao, sizing him up as though he didn't recognize him anymore. Sect Master, we're old friends. You don't have to look at me like that. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Today's incident made me realize that I don't understand you at all. Your talent is definitely more terrifying than I thought. But after today, you've offended not only the Sand Race, Sword Race, and Dark Race, but also the Sect Master's faction. Have you decided what to do? Yu Wuxing smiled bitterly. Different situations call for different actions. There's nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, I've already broken through to the 4th level of Hell. I'm not far from the strongest in the 8 Immortal City. Their enmity will only fuel my fighting spirit and drive me to become stronger, Ling Xiao said with a relaxed smile. That's right. You've mastered the shadow martial arts in just 10 days. Not only that, you've also mastered the sword cry of the Yin Mountain. Even I can't compare to this kind of talent. Dark Knight Formless sighed. Mountain Chieftain, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. What I've comprehended isn't just the first style. And the second move, Sword rends the underworld. Furthermore, this move has already been cultivated to the great perfection realm, Ling Xiao said with a smile. What? Yu Wuxing was stunned for a long while before he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Looks like you're definitely one of those rare divine rank geniuses in the profound world. In the entire Black Tortoise mainland, there has never been a genius like you. I'm afraid your aptitude is definitely not inferior to the former 12 beast gods. Ling Xiao smiled and declined to comment. His aptitude was strong, but if he didn't have the Sky Tyrant martial spirit and the crazy cultivation method, it would be impossible for him to be like this. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Since you have the strength to defeat a dark gold expert, there are some things that I can tell you. Yu Wuxing had always kept some things from Ling Xiao because he felt that Ling Xiao was not strong enough. But today, Ling Xiao had become so strong. Given enough time, Ling Xiao might not become the number 1 genius of the Dark Ones, but he'd at least be on par with Dark Knight No Zoom. What is it? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, and asked. Do you know why the 8 Immortal City is under the control of the 8 Immortals Mountain? Yu Wuxing didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked a question. Because the 8 Immortals Mountain is strong enough? Ling Xiao pondered for a moment, and said. That's right, but there needs to be a stage to show off. Yu Wuxing smiled and said. In fact, 30 years ago, the 8 Immortals City was still the Tianfeng City and the one controlling it was the Tianfeng Group. But in the battle 30 years ago, we defeated the Tianfeng Group and gained the actual control of the 8 Immortals City for 30 years. Although the city lord is Lin Yuan from the Lin family, he is only managing the ordinary people on behalf of the 8 Immortals Mountain. All the martial artists must be under the jurisdiction of the 8 Immortals Mountain. You mean, the fated battle is about to start again? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, the battle for the control of the city will be held this year. There is only 1 month left until now. At that time, the Tianfeng Group and the 8 Immortals Mountain will have another battle between the top geniuses. The participants will be the most outstanding youths under the age of 30 from the 2 major sections. The rules are similar to the battle for the position of the Town Lord of the Ascension Town, but the scale is much bigger. Even the royal family of the Qin country will be there. I don't think I need to say more about the benefits of the control of the 8 Immortal City. You should be very clear about it. All the income will go to the controller, and only 20% of it will be paid to the royal family as tax. Is the royal family of the Qin country very strong? With Ling Zhao's understanding of the mystic world, anyone who could be called a king was not only an outstanding strategist, but also a powerful martial artist family. There was no doubt about this. Then, the royal family of the Qin country must be very strong. But to what extent, he did not have a clear idea. Let me put it this way. It is equivalent to the difference between the 8 Immortals Mountain and Ascension Town. Yi Shiwen explained. The difference is so big. Doesn't that mean that the strongest martial artist in the 8 Immortals City will only be the weakest in the Royal City? Ling Xiao asked excitedly. Of course. If a martial artist wants to see the whole picture of the Black Tortoise continent, he must constantly become stronger. Otherwise, he can only hide in a small place for the rest of his life. The Black Tortoise continent is much bigger than the previous 3 continents combined. The number of martial artists on this continent is also more than the previous 3 continents combined. You must not become arrogant and complacent just because you have achieved a little. If you do, the one who will suffer in the end will be you. Yi Shiwen was most afraid that Ling Xiao would become arrogant and complacent because of his continuous victories. Although there were no signs of this yet, he felt that he should remind Ling Xiao so that Ling Xiao would not go astray. What are the rules of the duel? It won't be the same as the one in Ascension Town, right? Ling Xiao asked. Of course it won't be the same. In fact, it will be different every time. A few days ago, I heard from the upper echelons of the sect that this time's duel is very likely to be in the legendary Ox God's maze. The Ox God is one of the 12 Beast Gods. He lost the battle for the King of Beast Gods, but his strength is unquestionable. The Ox God's maze is a ruin left behind by the Ox God. As for what is inside, no one knows. What the younger generation needs to do is to enter the Ox God's maze and find the legendary Ox God Beast Soul. This beast soul is not only incomparably powerful, but it may also have some kind of inheritance. Chapter 2484. Beast Soul of the Ox God? Could it be the Ox God of the 12 Beast Gods? Ling Xiao could not help but feel a little excited when he heard Dark Knight formless words. Only by gathering all the beast souls of the 12 beast gods would his beast soul transformation become even stronger. But in this day and age, the title of God had become worthless. Even a slightly stronger existence could be called a god. Whether this Ox God beast soul was the Ox God of the 12 beast gods was still debatable. But one thing was for sure, it was definitely a very powerful beast soul of the Ox God. Now that the steel-armored ox demon martial soul could not keep up with Ling Xiao's cultivation, it was very important to find a new beast soul to replace it. And he did not believe that this was the only good thing in the Ox God's maze. After all, it was an ancient ruin, he had to participate in this competition. Although he knew that his current strength could not compare to geniuses like Jian Lufeng, and Ming, Yi Wuzuan, and Mo Feiyu, and Lin Ruoxian. But wasn't there still a month left? Many things could happen in a month. Within a month, his cultivation could also increase by a lot. He believed that Dark Knight Formless had told him this because he thought highly of him. Don't worry, Mountain Lord, I will definitely be one of the participants in a month. Although I have no feelings for the 8 Immortal Mountain, I am very interested in the good things in the Ox God's maze. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Don't be careless. Dark Knight Formless was most afraid of Ling Xiao's arrogance, so he reminded him. You should know that in our 8 Immortal Mountain, with your current strength, I'm afraid you are ranked outside of the top 20. Not to mention that monstrous Lin Yuetian. With that guy's cultivation, even I can't say for sure that I can win. So this is the most special person. The Ox God's maze has a rule that only martial artists who have reached the first transformation 5th level of hell are qualified to enter. If you are not a first transformation martial artist, it doesn't matter how high your cultivation is. In our 8 Immortal Mountain, other than Lin Yuetian, there are a total of 5 martial artists who have reached the middle stage of the first transformation 5th level of hell. They are from the Sand Clan, Sword Clan, Snake Clan, Dark Clan, and Moon Clan. In addition, there are 10 early stage first transformation 5th level of hell martial artists. They are distributed among the 8 great clans. All in all, there were already 16 of them. And there were still a bunch of martial art practitioners with cultivation at the first revolution 4th level of hell. You've just ascended to the 4th layer of hell, and your cultivation is in the early stages. You should be able to rank in the top 10 in terms of combat prowess, but in terms of pure cultivation, I'm afraid you'll be ranked in the top 100. Therefore, you must remember that you must cultivate in a down-to-earth manner. You must guard against arrogance and rashness. Actually, whether or not you'll be able to participate in the Ox Deity's Labyrinth battle is still unknown. According to the rules, the Sword Race, the Sand Race, the Snake Race, and the Dark Race could each send 2 people. The other 4 clans could each send 1 person. 2 of the sect leader's direct disciples had to be sent. There were a total of 14 slots. If everything goes as planned, the Dark Race's 2 spots will go to Dark King and Dark Knight No Zun. When he said this, Dark Knight Formless was actually very contradictory. He was worried that Ling Xiao would be arrogant and complacent, but he was also afraid of hurting Ling Xiao's self-confidence, so he spoke very carefully. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao's expression, hoping to see even a little bit of worry on Ling Xiao's face. Only when one was worried could one work harder. But he was wrong. Ling Xiao's expression was still indifferent, even a little disdainful. Don't worry, leader. They'll definitely give one of their spots to me. 1 month later, they won't be my match. This was what Ling Xiao said. Dark Knight Formless said helplessly. That's because you don't know how powerful they are. The 2 of them were almost equal in strength because they had both comprehended a top-tier Jade grade martial skill from the Umbra Black Gourd. And their cultivation is also on par with each other. Half a month ago, they both reached the early phase of the 5th level of Hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. But in this half a month, Dark King's cultivation broke through and reached the middle phase of the Yin-Yang realm, a little higher than Dark Knight No Zun. Do you think you have any chance of winning? Dark Knight Formless wanted to pour cold water on Ling Xiao. But his idea fell through again. Of course. Although I can't fight them now, I don't think leader knows what I got from the Shadow Black Gourd, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Don't tell me you've comprehended 4 martial arts techniques? Dark Knight Formless exclaimed. Apart from the first-generation ancestor, he was the only one who could do this. You can say that. Ling Xiao was afraid that this mountain chieftain would be too agitated, so he didn't tell her the truth. He only nodded vaguely. 4 martial arts techniques were already shocking enough. If Dark Knight Formless knew that he had comprehended 6 martial arts techniques, it would be too scary. What? It's true. Dark Knight Formless stood up in shock. No wonder you're so confident. Good, this is great. As long as you can make a breakthrough in your cultivation and master the remaining 2 top Jade grade martial arts techniques, you'll be able to defeat Dark Knight No Zun. Is the opponent strong? Lin Yang couldn't help but ask. Of course. Although we're not completely familiar with the Tianfeng group, as far as I know, there's a genius in the group who's not inferior to Lin Yuetian. And he's only 18 years old. Dark Knight Formless said. Actually, once you enter the Ox Deity's maze, other than yourself, everyone else should be your enemy. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Although logically speaking, the 8 Immortal Mountains martial artists should be united, I think the possibility of that happening is very low. With Lin Yuetian's domineering personality, I'm afraid he'll use everyone else as his stepping stones. So, whether it's the 8 Immortal Mountains martial artists or the Tianfeng group's martial artists, they can all be his opponents. Or even his enemies. Although I don't want to admit it, your analysis is correct. Dark Knight Formless sighed. My request for you is very simple. If you really have the chance to participate in the competition, don't worry about anything else, just get the benefits. After all, the 8 Immortal Mountain hasn't taken care of you for such a long time. Instead, so many people have come to find trouble with you, but the sect leader hasn't come out to mediate. Let alone you. You're thinking the same thing as me, Dark Knight Formless. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I also think that the Ox Deity's beast soul is the most important thing. Although I don't know if it's useful, it's definitely something good. Once you get it, you can exchange it for something else. Not only that. Dark Knight Formless shook his head and said, actually, the Ox Deity's beast soul isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that once you get it, you can become a disciple of the Qin Kingdom's Arcana Academy. Whoever gets the Ox Deity's beast soul will be qualified directly. And the 2nd and 3rd place in the Ox Deity's maze will be decided through a duel to determine the last spot. Chapter 2485. Arcana Academy. I've heard of this before. Ling Xiao didn't only know how to cultivate. During his cultivation, he didn't forget to learn more about the local customs of the Black Tortoise continent. Although the information was limited, he also knew what the Arcana Academy in the Qin Kingdom's capital meant. It was an academy completely controlled by the Qin Kingdom's royal family. The disciples in the academy were all geniuses from all over the Qin Kingdom. And these geniuses weren't just ordinary geniuses. Because the Arcana Academy's definition of a genius was under the age of 20, reaching the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. In other words, until now, no one in the 8 Immortal City was qualified to be called a genius. Maybe Lin Yuetian and that woman from the Tianfeng group were. But it was only a possibility. Lin Yuetian was almost 20 years old, and that woman was 18 years old. If they couldn't break through in the last few days, then they didn't deserve to be called geniuses. Mountain Lord, I'm very curious. Why did the Arcana Academy have such a name? After all, what he read in the books wasn't everything. Some things had to be asked by experts like Knight Formless. This isn't strange, because the Arcana Academy was built around an ancient ruin called the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm. It's said that only the Qin Kingdom's royal family knows how to enter the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm. It should be like the Ghost Prison, an independent space. It's probably evolved from a treasure left behind by ancient warriors. The Extreme Royal Mystic Realm is a natural holy land for cultivation. The spirit chi of heaven and earth inside is 10 to 100 times denser than outside. Not only that, the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm has a large amount of precious treasures. As long as you have enough strength, you can obtain them. So it's always been a place that geniuses yearned for. Unfortunately, other than the Arcana Academy's disciples, outsiders aren't qualified to enter. This is why the Arcana Academy's disciples are valued so much. It's said that as long as you don't die in the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm, you'll be reborn and your strength will greatly increase. You'll be able to surpass warriors who were once on the same level as you. Knight Formless explained. Oh? Hearing Knight Formless' introduction, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. It seemed like he would have to work even harder from now on. After a month, as long as he could obtain the Divine Ox Beast Soul, he would not only be able to use it to fill the deity positions of the 12 beast gods. They would also be eligible to join the Arcana Academy. He believed that as long as he obtained that qualification, everyone in the 8 Immortals County would have to be respectful to him. People were afraid of the strong. Even those who had a grudge with him in the past would have to be respectful to him by then. Such a good place must be very dangerous, right? Ling Xiao had seen many mystic realms and ruins. The better the place, the more dangerous it would be. That was why he asked? High Formless nodded. Of course, there's a race called the Yuanling living in the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm. This clan was formed through the condensation of the spiritual energy within the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm over countless years. Every member of the Meta-Spirit race was extremely powerful. Not only did they possess astonishing strength, they were also able to control the demonic beasts within the Imperial Mystic Realm to do battle. Therefore, the Arcana Academy had lost a lot of disciples over the years. That's why they recruit new disciples every year. Only with effort will there be rewards. This is interesting. I like to take risks. Ling Xiao didn't care about the dangers of the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm at all. As long as there were benefits, it was almost impossible not to pay a price. Ling Xiao, are you not going to tell me? Dark Knight Formless suddenly asked out of the blue. However, Ling Xiao knew exactly what he was asking. Mountain Lord, are you talking about Ling Yan? With your intelligence, you must have guessed it long ago. What difference does it make whether I tell you or not? I just don't want to drag you into these muddy waters. Ling Xiao was speaking from the bottom of his heart. High Formless had already done enough for him. He didn't know what would happen when he went to the 5th level of the Ghost's prison to save Ling Yan. He didn't want High Formless to get involved. Unfortunately, this isn't something you can control. I'm already on your boat. If I don't want to drown, I can only ensure that your boat doesn't capsize. High Formless sighed. Do you think those people will let me go if I don't help you? Young Master Lin Yuetian can't wait for me to die. Since that's the case, I have to do something to make them unhappy. Ling Xiao was silent for a moment. Finally, he nodded and said, Fine. Since Mountain Lord said so, I won't waste any more words. The situation on the 5th floor of the ghost prison was complicated. There were many powerful opponents that one could encounter. If Mountain Lord is willing to help, it will be easier for me. That's right. High Formless nodded and smiled. But if you want the two of us to enter the Endless Sea, I'm afraid one Umbra Black Gourd won't be enough. We have to work together to get one of the 8 great clans' signature treasures. There's no need for that. Mountain Lord can take the Umbra Black Gourd. I have the Black Immortal Sword, which is of the same origin as the Umbra Black Gourd. Naturally, I can take it too. Ling Xiao said. No wonder I could feel the Umbra Black Gourd's aura when you used the Black Immortal Sword. So that's why. High Formless was overjoyed. That's great. I won't hide it from you. This time, I want to go with you to the 5th level of the ghost prison to investigate the real cause of my son's death. The one who killed my son was a warrior from the royal city. This warrior is from the Arcana Academy's archenemy, the Dragon Cult. I know about the Dragon Cult. They are the boss of the Qin Kingdom's underground forces. Almost all the shady things are done by them. The Qin Kingdom's royal family also hates them to the bone. But the Dragon Cult is very powerful, comparable to the Arcana Academy. Therefore, the royal family can't do much. Ling Xiao said. That's right. The Dragon Cult's sphere of influence is only in the royal city and the provincial capital. Fortunately, our county capital doesn't have it. Otherwise, the 8 Immortal Mountain and the Tianfeng group wouldn't be able to survive. High Formless shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Let's go. This matter, the sooner the better. Once the elders or the sect master find out, it will be difficult to deal with. They are all people who want you and me to die as soon as possible. Although they don't dare to do it openly, it's very convenient to kill people in the ghost prison. I'm not worried about this. Mountain Lord, please wait for a while. I need to strengthen the formation of the courtyard. Ling Xiao was worried about his friends in the courtyard. These people weren't very strong. Without the protection of High Formless, they would be in great danger. Therefore, he had to strengthen the formation first and make it the most solid place in the 8 Immortal Mountain, so that he wouldn't be sad when he came back. Chapter 2486. After reinforcing the formation, Ling Xiao notified Lin Ruoxian, hoping that she could visit more often. With Lin Ruoxian's cultivation, she might not be a match for those top experts, but she was more than enough to protect the people in the courtyard. After doing all this, Ling Xiao and Yi Shichen set off. Ling Zhao's goal was to save Ling Yan. With Dark Knight Formless' help, it would be much easier. As for Yi Shichen, he wanted to go in and interrogate the Dragon Cult cultivator imprisoned on the 5th floor of the ghost prison. He wanted to find out the true cause of his son's death. In the past, he didn't want to take revenge, but now, he wanted to find his son's murderer and kill him no matter what. The 5th floor of the ghost prison was no stranger to Yi Shichen. He had come here many times when he was cultivating. As for Ling Xiao, he had only come here once. The cultivators in charge of guarding the 5th floor saw the two of them coming together. They couldn't help but whisper. It seems like the Dark Tribe Elder is right. These two are going to the Demon Sea region. One of them said. Yes, but that has nothing to do with us. We just need to do as the Elder said and let them pass. We don't need to be responsible for what happens next. Another person said. That's right. But then again, the Dark Tribe Elder isn't planning to deal with them, is he? Let's not talk about Yi Shichen's strength. Ling Xiao had comprehended the Dark Shadow martial arts and obtained the Dark Shadow Gourd. He had even defeated a Dark Gold expert who was at the peak of the 4th level of Hell. With such talent, is it worth it to provoke him? That's right. He's only 16 or 17 years old right now. Not only has he reached the first transition 4th floor, but he can also defeat a dark gold expert. We can't compare to him at all. Why don't we tell them what the Dark Tribe Elder said? This way, we won't go against the Elder's orders, and we won't offend Yi Shurchen and Ling Xiao. Good idea! The guards discussed this in private. They all felt that they were small fries and couldn't afford to offend anyone, so they decided not to offend anyone. When Dark Knight Formless and Ling Xiao arrived, they told them what the Dark Elders had told them. Mountain Lord, I'm afraid that old bastard is really going to do something to us. I'm afraid we'll be in deep trouble if we go to the Devil Sea domain, Ling Xiao said. Scared? Black Knight Formless asked. That's not it. If he dares to come, we'll make sure he never comes back. Ling Xiao sneered. Against an enemy stronger than him, he had no interest in talking about fairness. He would directly use the power of the Divine Grimoire and the Butterfly Lady without hesitation. Let's go! Dark Knight Formless laughed. If it was in the past, he might have stopped Ling Xiao from having such crazy thoughts. But today, he would not do that. If the Dark Ones wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't hold back. The two of them stepped onto the canoe and passed through the cultivation route before finally arriving at the entrance of the Demonic Sea region. Naturally, Sire Shui appeared. Sire Shui, I've already obtained the Dark Shadow Gourd. I want to save my brother, so I'll have to trouble you to open the entrance. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said. This made Dark Knight Formless a little surprised. When did Ling Xiao become friends with Sire Shui, who was guarding this place? Yes, of course. Sire Shui had already decided to help Ling Xiao turn the 8 Immortal Mountain upside down. He hated the 8 Immortal Mountain to the bone. The things that the 8 Immortal Mountain did to him were unforgivable. Wait a moment. Dark Knight Formless looked at Sire Shui coldly and said, I recognize you. You're a cultivator from the Dragon Cult. Dragon Cult! Ling Xiao was stunned. He didn't know that Sire Shui was from the Dragon Cult. That's right. This old man is from the Dragon Cult. In the past, for my brother, I didn't hesitate to leave the Dragon Cult and submit myself to this small 8 Immortal Mountain. Unfortunately, my good brother was harmed, and even I was plotted against. In the end, I was trapped in this predicament, Sire Shui hatefully said. You're the one who killed my son? Dark Knight Formless coldly said. Your son? Ha ha ha, are you mistaken? This old man has been trapped here for several hundred years. How could I kill your son? You're only a first transition cultivator, so your son must be even younger. Sire Shui laughed. It seems that I'm mistaken. But since Sire Shui is trapped here, you should have seen the cultivator from the Dragon Cult that was imprisoned here, right? Dark Knight Formless asked again. I've seen him. Not only that, but he also told me some things. He originally came to the 8 Immortal City to carry out a mission, but he was used by someone to kill a talented brat. That brat should be your son, right? Sire Shui sighed. Where is he? Dead? In fact, he was killed the moment he stepped into the Demonic Sea domain, Sire Shui said. Silenced? Ling Xiao knitted his brows. Dark Knight Formless naturally thought of this. Since that cultivator from the Dragon Cult was used by someone, then the person who used him would naturally kill him to silence him. Sire Shui, that person didn't tell you who ordered him to kill my son? Dark Knight Formless asked anxiously. The one looking for him is Sha Hai from the 8 Immortal Mountains Sand Clan. But as for who the mastermind is, this old man doesn't know. I reckon that cultivator from the Dragon Cult doesn't know either. Sire Shui shook his head. It's a pity that Sha Hai is already dead. No one knows the secret anymore. Ling Xiao knitted his brows. Now that he thought about it, Sha Hai had provoked him several times and wanted to have a life and death battle with him, but no one from the Sand Clan stopped him. At that time, he was already very strong, and Sha Hai might not have been able to win. Perhaps the mastermind would rather Sha Hai die just like that. That way, he could completely bury this past in the dust of history. How sinister. But this old man won't let you have your way. Even if I have to revive Sha Hai, this old man will investigate this matter thoroughly. After all, this might be Dark Knight Formless' only hope now. Mountain Lord, leave the matter of rescuing Ling Yan to me. You should go back and ask the Moon Clan for their Moonlight Soul-controlling needle. The Moonlight Soul-controlling needle can directly pull out the soul of the dead from the Yellow Springs and interrogate it. Ling Xiao looked at Dark Knight Formless. But it's not safe for you to be alone. Dark Knight Formless shook his head. Moreover, the Dark Clan's elder has been watching you. Mountain Lord, actually, I've been thinking along the way that I'm a smaller target if I'm alone. Moreover, you don't have many opportunities. Since they're watching me, they'll naturally ignore you. At this time, it's best for you to investigate the cause of your son's death. Ling Xiao smiled. Also, Mountain Lord, have you forgotten? I have someone protecting me. Last time when you were surrounded by the Elder and Lin Yuetian, it was that person behind me who helped you. Chapter 2487. Forget it. Since that's the case, take this soul-locking token. If there's any danger, just summon me. I'll definitely rush over. High Formless didn't want to be entangled in this matter, so he gave Ling Xiao a soul-locking token and turned to leave. Ling Xiao held the soul-locking token and carefully placed it into his storage ring. He wasn't a stubborn person. If there was any danger to his life, he would definitely use it. Of course, he would try his best not to use it. As long as it didn't endanger his life, it would be very helpful to his cultivation. Sire Shui, we'll meet again if fate allows. If I, Ling Xiao, am still alive, I will definitely not forget you. I will definitely get all the 8 treasures of the 8 Immortal Mountain and save you. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he also stepped into the Devil Sea domain. Actually, Sire Shui didn't ask him for anything. But Ling Xiao felt that since he had received Sire Shui's favor, he should help him. Furthermore, the 8 treasures of the 8 Immortal Mountain were something that Ling Xiao had always wanted. Rescuing and becoming stronger weren't contradictory. Looking at Ling Xiao's departing figure, Sire Shui sighed. I only helped him break through a level, and he's actually so grateful. It seems that even if it's for myself, I have to let him leave here alive. Sire Shui knew that once Ling Xiao stepped into the Devil Sea domain, there was a high chance that he would die. Thus, he decided to help this child. He was trapped here. Although he couldn't leave the Devil Sea domain, he could still move around. At the very least, he could ensure that Ling Xiao wouldn't die here. Ling Xiao didn't know what Sire Shui was thinking. At this moment, he had already quietly entered the Sand Race's territory. This place was heavily guarded. It seemed that the Sand Race cared a lot about this sea domain. Perhaps it was because of the terrifying pressure here that could create a truly powerful expert. Furthermore, this was a place where criminals were detained. Originally, with Ling Xiao's cultivation, it was impossible for him to move around freely here. But with the Dark Shadow Gourd and Black Immortal Sword, he could move freely and completely ignore the pressure here. Using Shadow Step, Ling Xiao easily avoided the guards and entered the core of the Sand Race's sea region. Upon entering, he was a little shocked because he discovered that there was actually a huge factory here. The factory produced a steady stream of all kinds of equipment used by martial artists. This included weapons, armor, and so on. The people who worked here were the felons who had been imprisoned. They wore special collars around their necks that could suppress their internal energy. He could only release about 10% of it, which could be used for work. However, if he released more than 10% of it, the collar would suddenly shrink, making it impossible for these people to rebel. Ling Yan was among them. However, he seemed to have made a mistake and was being hung up and beaten in an open space in the factory. In a situation where he was unable to use more than 10% of his internal energy, Ling Yan was beaten quite badly. However, this kid was indeed a genius second only to him. Back when they were at Yuhua Town, Ling Yan's cultivation was already stronger than his. Although he was not as good as him now, he had already cultivated to the peak of the 3rd level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Furthermore, in such a harsh environment, he was still able to catch up to him. It seemed that although the Demon Sea region was terrifying, it still needed to train people. Master, there are too many experts here. I'm afraid it won't be easy to make a move, Xin Dian reminded. Ling Xiao nodded. He had also discovered that in the Sand Race's sea region, there were actually more than 10 martial artists at the 5th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Although these people were rather old and could not be considered geniuses. However, their strength was much stronger than his. It would not be easy for him to save people. I can only use the butterfly lady's soul first. Ling Xiao was about to make a move. Suddenly, an illusory figure condensed in the sea and gradually became clearer. I'll help you create chaos. You take the opportunity to save people. Sire Shui! Ling Xiao stared at the illusory figure that appeared in the sea in shock, somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, Sire Shui had no reason to help him. Don't be surprised. If you die, who will save me? Sire Shui smiled and circulated his internal energy. Suddenly, many huge sea beasts drilled out of the calm sea. The people of the 8 Immortal Mountain have been trapping me in the eye of the sea, preventing my soul from leaving. However, they don't know that I've used the power of the eye of the sea to control many sea beasts. I originally planned to try to escape, but I'll lend it to you for today. The terrifying sea beasts all gathered in the Sand Race's sea region. Chaos began. The Sand Race's martial artists did not have time to prepare. This was because there had never been a sea beast that dared to attack the 8 Immortal Mountain's stronghold in the Demon Sea region. Therefore, the Sand Race's sea region fell into chaos. Ling Yan raised his head and looked at the sea beasts. He could not help but smile bitterly. F***ck, I didn't get tortured to death by these bastards. Instead, I'm going to become your delicacy. This is so F***king annoying. Just as he was in despair, he suddenly saw a figure standing on top of a sea beast. Although he was bleeding, he could still see clearly. Boss! When Ling Yan saw this person, he was both shocked and happy. He had thought of many possibilities, but he did not expect that Ling Xiao would come to save him. This was just like a dream. Hee hee, you call me boss. If I don't save you, wouldn't it be too disappointing? Ling Xiao chuckled. He made use of the impact of the sea beast to destroy the surrounding Sand Race's martial artists. Then, he saved Ling Yan. After that, he did not stop and directly escaped from the Demon Sea region. As long as he was on the cultivation route, he would be safe for the time being. After all, there were many islands on the cultivation route. Even if the 8 Immortal Mountain wanted to chase after Ling Yan, they would not be able to find him in a short time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao could activate the teleportation array that he had prepared beforehand. He could teleport directly from the 5th level to the 1st level of the Ghost Prison. Then, he could let Ling Yan mix in with the disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain and escape. I didn't expect the plan to go so smoothly. After escaping from the Demon Sea region and reaching one of the islands, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Boss, you know everything about me, right? Ling Yan looked at Ling Xiao, still unable to calm down. I know. Then, you still dared to save me? Aren't you afraid of becoming enemies with the 8 Immortal Mountain? It's not easy for you to have your current status. Ling Yan could not help but say. What nonsense are you talking about? Since I dared to come here to save you, I'm not afraid of becoming enemies with them. If I didn't even dare to save my good brother, then I, Ling Xiao, would not have today's achievements. It's this kind of fearlessness that allows my cultivation speed to be faster than anyone else. Ling Xiao patted Ling Yan's shoulder heavily and scolded with a smile. Ling Yan was silent. After a long silence, he suddenly knelt down and said, Boss, I used to call you boss purely because of your strength. But from today onwards I, Ling Yan, will be yours. Ling Yan was once the sect master of the 8 Immortal Mountain. He could be considered a person with a high position. Chapter 2488. Let's not talk about such things between brothers. But you're the #1 genius of 8 Immortals Mountain. Don't you feel wrong calling me boss? Ling Xiao waved his hand. He believed that Ling Yan would live and die with him, just like his old brothers. With the Taiji eye, he was sure he hadn't misjudged him. Are you kidding me, boss? I've seen how terrifying your cultivation speed is. I entered the cycle of reincarnation much earlier than you, but now your cultivation is even higher than mine. If we're talking about geniuses, boss, you're a true peerless genius. Ling Yan smiled wryly. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's rest for a bit, then go. That Dark Elder knew I would come to the Demon Seas, yet he had the guards let me in. He probably didn't have good intentions. As soon as he said this, Ling Xiao froze. A bitter expression appeared on his face. Old man, since you're here, show yourself. He took a deep breath and gradually regained his composure. Panic and fear were meaningless. The Dark Elder had appeared, so he could only face him calmly. Fortunately, he had anticipated this possibility. That was why he hadn't used the Divine Codex or the Butterfly Lady's power in the Demon Seas. Now they could be put to good use. He absolutely couldn't be captured, and neither could Ling Yan. Otherwise, the Dark Elder would make a big fuss about it. With sufficient reason, they could openly punish him. The Elder probably wouldn't kill him on the spot. He would definitely put him on trial and have everyone from 8 Immortals Mountain attend. He would be sentenced to death in front of everyone. No wonder everything had gone so smoothly. Ling Xiao finally understood. The old man had been watching him all this time. He'd watched him save people, watched him flee here, and then suddenly appeared. Ha ha ha, kid, your reaction is quite sharp. You actually sensed this old man's presence. The Dark Tribe Elder sneered as he appeared. Standing beside him was Elder Darkflower. Elder, just leave these two little things to me. You should hurry up and deal with that traitor, Yi Wishing. I'm afraid that the young sect master won't be able to deal with him alone. Hidden Flower had obtained such a good opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. This was something she had dreamed of. She was afraid of Dark Knight Formless, but she was definitely not afraid of Ling Xiao. Even if the other party had Ling Yan with them, it would still be useless. Young Sect Master isn't the only one on Dark Knight Formless side. The Sect Master has already personally taken action, so you don't have to worry. The Dark Elder was a sly old fox. He said coldly, You said that Ling Xiao has a strong backer. That's why I have to stay here. Just do what you need to do. I'll take care of that unknown person. Elder is wise. Hidden Flower froze for a moment, then nodded. To be honest, the only person she was afraid of was the expert she had never seen before. If that person insisted on protecting Ling Xiao, she would be in trouble. Now that she had the protection of the Dark Race Elders, she wasn't afraid. Ling Xiao, I can give you a chance to live. The Elder of the Dark Tribe looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Oh? You're going to be merciful? Ling Xiao sneered. He naturally knew this old thing was up to no good. Of course. As long as you kill Ling Yan with your own hands, then take this pill, I'll let you go. The Dark Tribe Elder took out a purple pill that emanated a mesmerizing aura. A bewitching pill! Don't tell me this was refined by that woman called Xing Ling. I heard this pill can only be refined by those who know the bewitching heart art. Ling Xiao frowned. After taking it, if you want, you can control me like a puppet. Not bad, right? Haha, you know a lot. But it's better to live than to die. Being a puppet is better than being dead. You're a cultivator who's reincarnated, and a genius among geniuses. Even I have to admit your talent. If you die like this, it'll be a pity. The Dark Elder sneered. I'd rather die standing than live kneeling. Besides, do you really think you can kill me? I know you're secretly watching me, but I still chose to save Ling Yan. Why do you think I did that? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Boy, you're still trying to be mysterious at this time. Forget it. It seems like you don't want to live anymore. Hidden Flower, do it. The Dark Elder and Ling Xiao's grudge stemmed from Infatian and Injin. But the real reason he wanted Ling Xiao dead was because Ling Xiao's talent was too strong. If he couldn't use such a guy, it would be very troublesome to keep him alive. Yes, Elder. Hidden Flower smiled coldly and walked toward Ling Xiao and Ling Yan. Ling Yan, I'll stop them. Take the opportunity to leave. Ling Xiao lowered his voice and stood in front of Ling Yan. Boss, I won't leave. I can't always be protected by you. Ling Yan shook his head and said, If we die together. If we live together. Shut up. I know what you're thinking, but you're so weak right now. How can you help me? Leave and become stronger. When that time comes, come back and help me. Ling Xiao shouted sternly. Hee, none of you can leave. You're all going to die here. Hidden Flower revealed a sinister sneer. That's not necessarily true. Ling Xiao suddenly entered the transformation state of the butterfly lady's soul. Only in this state could he defeat Hidden Flower. As for the Dark Elder, with the Divine Codex blocking him, he wouldn't be able to escape for a while. Today, not only did he want Ling Yan to escape, but he also wanted to live. Go! He shouted loudly. Ling Yan originally didn't want to leave even if he was beaten to death, but he suddenly sensed the powerful energy released from Ling Xiao's body. He understood that he was too weak. Since he was too weak, he could only leave. Leaving was the best choice for him. Boss, don't die! After saying that, he turned and left. Do you think you can escape? The Dark Elder sneered. If I let you escape while I'm here, wouldn't that be too cowardly? Suddenly his figure flashed and appeared in front of Ling Yan. However, just as he was about to wave his hand to destroy Ling Yan, an extremely terrifying sword chi suddenly attacked. The Dark Elder was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Although Ling Yan didn't know what was going on, he still chose to escape. At this time, he couldn't hesitate at all. Who are you? You dare to attack but don't dare to show yourself? The Dark Elder couldn't see the Divine Codex's phantom and was a little nervous. However, the other party didn't attack. The Divine Codex's power was limited. As long as it didn't attack, it could last for a while. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.